Everyone knows. Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
I actually thought at one point, this is going to be a world record. This is going to smash any record. You don't get many finals with averages like that.
We did lower the age limit for Luke Little.
Produce the best finishers of his game so far.
Bullseye. And Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old sensation from Newcastle upon Tyne.
He actually walked onto a song called Hometown Hero. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Well, maybe we're getting a new hero here at the Super Series. Ryan Branley wasting no time. Well, how interesting could it get? How exciting could it get? It can't get any more exciting than this. Ryan Branley.
Sense and sensibility. Convention and execution. He couldn't sweep in again, could he? It was the 150 in the last leg. It's the 135 there. Good evening. Well, we've been here before, haven't we? A 16-year-old sensation sweeping aside the Modus Super Series. And this week, the story has been all about Ryan Branley, the ace from Newcastle upon Tyne, who has qualified through to the finals. However, it takes 6 to tango on a Saturday night here at the Super Series. And these are the players that are in action. Former champion Andreas Harrison is looking to reclaim his crown in Series 9. He got his campaign off to the perfect start, making it through Group A. Robert Thornton won the Double Trouble title a fortnight ago. He's looking for his first weekly win here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth as he's through to a 12th final. The bearded dragon, Justice Smith, has already tasted weekly success here at the Super Series. Having lost in the final last time, he's hoping to go one better. Mike Warburton has lost in the finale in each of his last 2 appearances here. He beat Wesley Plaisir in the semi-finals last time. He is hoping to make it through to a second Champions Week. The star of the show has been Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old from Newcastle upon Tyne, qualifying through to the finals. Have we got another teenage star on our hands here at the Live Lounge? From a teenage sensation to a senior star, Ross the Boss Montgomery through to a 4th straight finals night. The Scot looking to pick up a first weekly crown here in Portsmouth. Well, it's a heavyweight night here at the Super Series, and providing the fighting talk in the studio is Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar. 9 WDF titles between this pair, and they're going to be analysing all of the action throughout the course of the evening. But there's only one place to start, and that is Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old sensation. Matt, we were here around about this time 18 months ago when Luke Littler made his debut in this building. And Ryan Branley kicking off in a similar vein to Luke Littler.
We did. We literally saw that story unfold. We weren't sure what we was going to see or how far it could go. And on those nights, we came into it with a bit of caution. And I urge people to do the same tonight as well. We don't know what's going to happen here with Ryan Branley, and the comparison should not be drawn too often with Luke Littler. If we compare them, Luke Littler was winning development tour titles, winning WF titles at this age. We've seen Ryan Branley, when he gets to this situation, we saw him in that semi-final of a recent silver-ranked WF, didn't cross the line, and so started missing a few doubles. So we've got to look at this as we're looking at a 16-year-old. Yes, it's exciting. Yes, it's fantastic. I hope he goes up there and continues to do what he's doing, because I get carried away with these sort of stories, and I really do enjoy them. But on the same aspect, we've got to remember that this is a huge step up for him, and he's done so well to get here in the first place.
What does it say about the growth of the sport, the fact that we're talking about so many young players coming to prominence so quickly?
Yeah, no, it's brilliant, isn't it? The JDC is quite instrumental in that as well, and he's another player that we've seen on the JDC development tour. He's picked up a title back in 23, and he's just going from strength to strength. I mean, I echo what Matt says. It is very exciting, but you do have to take all these things with that slight air of caution. But if he can continue to do what we've seen him do over the last couple of days, then yeah, absolutely fantastic, and like you say, great for the sport.
He is the story of the week, but let's round up the whole story of the week. It began on Monday morning with Group A, and it was Andreas Harrison that ended up taking the spoils, the former champion, into the final tonight. But he didn't have his own way at all, Matt, did he?
It was a 3-horse race going through the majority of that group. The group really sort of split into two parts. Mike Warburton, the first to fall away, and then it came down to Andreas Harrison and Justin Smith. And Justin Smith in a great position to be the man to win the group. He was sat waiting, expecting a shot at the 73. Andreas Harrison pulled out one of those big dirty shots, just like he did to Cam Crabtree not too long ago.
Well, Justin Smith was the player that missed out, but he would make it through Group B on Thursday and Friday night. Robert Thornton ending up winning the group eventually. The Thorn who won a fortnight ago at the Double Trouble event. How much can a win like that just give you that extra bit of confidence when you come back into a building?
Yeah, it's got to give him some confidence, because we've seen him here plenty of finals nights and he's just not quite crossed that line. I will say, obviously, there is that extra kind of carrot dangling at the end that if you do get a win here, then you find yourself obviously in Champions Week. So I still think there's something hanging over when it comes to Robert Thornton. But yeah, hopefully the confidence he's got from actually seeing it through on Double Trouble Week, that should help him.
What about Justin Smith? How impressive have you been with him this week?
I have, and I'm going to continue to be hypercritical of Justin Smith, because you've got to be. There is a reason Justin Smith has the talent he's got, but he's still here. He won a Challenge Tour last year. He's won a week here before. Why is he still here? Why is he not on the Pro Tour? He plays and he's got the levels of a player who should be on the Pro Tour. And I'm being like this about Justin Smith, and I'm being hypercritical because I expect and I think he's going to go do better. But he's got to unlock something, and the thing that I've been banging on all week about is when it looks comfortable for Justin Smith and when he looks like he's got a game won or he's done the hard work, he lets his opponent back in. He's got to find something a bit raw, ruthless. And hopefully I know he watches these back, hopefully by me being critical, he's going to get a bit of a kick up the backside, shall we say.
In terms of Mike Warburton, I think he's used a few get-out-of-jail-free cards, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. What a story. I mean, we don't see it very often when someone loses all of their games. I think it maybe happened once, but then to actually lose on the second night as well, to get through on 6 points, it is, like you say, definitely, probably for me, the story of the group, because it looked down and out. As he said, he packed his bags, he was ready to go, but, he's found a way, and, maybe it's a bit of a free shot for him tonight.
Well, he may well have the trophy in his suitcase by the end of play this evening. Well, Group C was the story of the week, wasn't it, here at the Super Series? We'll talk a bit more about Ryan Branley in just a second. But first things first, Ross Montgomery at the other end of the experience Richter scale. Second day didn't quite go to plan, but when it mattered, he just about got over the line.
I think that's what that was in that Group C. That isn't a Group C that's littered with names and reputations and everything that we'd normally expect, where you get a couple of players in there. The eyes was on Ross Montgomery at the start of that group. He was expected to be the favourite, and experience is what won the day. We saw people get a little bit edgy in moments, and Ross Montgomery just jumped in at the right times and did the right things, and now he's got a chance to go win the week.
Well, that was Ross Montgomery beating Ryan Branley, who'd go on to win Group C and do so in spectacular style, doing it with a 1-3-2 checkout. And he just took to this stage, Laura, like duck to water.
Yeah, absolutely. And you never know when someone's here on debut and then you put in the other contributing factors, like the fact he's 16. And this is, as Matt said earlier, it's just that next step up in terms of level and the players you're playing against. You don't know what to expect. And he's just probably, gone past his expectations. I know when he came here, he just said he had none, really. He was just going to kind of soak up the experience. And wow, he most certainly has done that. And I hope to see more of it.
One thing I'm really enjoying when we're seeing these young players coming through, and I like to read the forums and the social comments, see what the general vibe is of the people that are watching. The amount of times now we're seeing these young players come through and people say, I really like his throw. They did the same with Little last year. They're doing it now. That further echoes the work that these academies are doing, that we're breeding them in with the right fundamentals from a young age. And that is why they're coming through a lot younger.
Well, let's have a look at Ryan's stats for the week, because they really do stack up. 10 games played, 9 matches won, an average of 89.63. We've seen players, when they win weeks, get into a Group A at a Champions League as a result of those numbers. This is a player playing at a world-class level, Laura, so young.
Yeah, absolutely. 8-ton plus checkouts, and he's done them under some kind of pressure as well at times. So, you've got all those statistics, as you say, but this is a different night. This is slightly more cutthroat. You've got that little round robin thing stage that you can kind of rely on, but you don't want to let anything get away from you. Then it's knockout. It is totally different. So, yeah, like I say, if he can produce more of the same, then I expect him to go really deep tonight. But it's another night.
Well, it has been a place where young stars have emerged, the Modus Super Series. Ryan Branley being the next of which. The youngest player, what a surprise, Luke Littler. 16 years, 2 months, 20 days when he won his weekly title on debut. Ryan Branley, 16 years, 4 months and 14 days. The other 16-year-old to play in this competition, Daniel Stevenson. Jensen Walker was 17 years, 4 months when he reached a weekly final debut. And of course, Thomas Banks has won a week as well. So the Modus Super Series definitely bringing through some fine young talents. But who is going to be the victor this evening? Because we've got a real cosmopolitan mix. We've got a World Seniors champion alongside somebody 16 years of age. And these are the groups that are in play this evening. Group 1, Andreas Harrison, Justin Smith, Ross Montgomery. You were saying yesterday there's a lot of experience in that group, but a lot of different characters in this group.
Yeah, absolutely. Justin Smith, very pacey, very flair. Ross Montgomery, Andres Harrison will want it to be a little bit more subdued. Ross maybe a little bit more vocal in the back room than Andres Harrison, who's not very vocal anywhere, really. He lets his darts do the talking. So really intriguing group, actually, that, in terms of the dynamic that we're going to get to see. But when it comes to the throwing of the darts, that's going to be tasty.
Well, let's have a look at the odds and see what the bookmakers think this evening. Andreas Harrison goes off the 12-5 favourite. Is that not a surprise, Laura, based on the fact that he's won here so many times before? And is there any surprises in the betting for you?
No, not overly, I don't think. And I think I agree. Andreas Harrison, to me, he's not just won weeks here, but he's been, won at Champions Week as well. He's got through, like he has done previously, through Group A, and he just knows when he's under pressure, like the 1-4-1 that we saw against Smith in Group A, which basically secured his position. He has got that experience, that expertise to see himself through. So, yeah, I don't see much wrong with that. Don't always agree with them, but, that seems about right to me.
Cheers, both. Thank you very much for your company. We'll hear you in the commentary box. Remember, it's 18 plus and begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this evening. But game 1 of our night sees Ross Montgomery and Andreas Harrison go toe-to-toe. It's a battle between Sweden and Scotland to kickstart the evening's action. And early on tonight, I caught up with both players. Ross, a crazy day for yourself yesterday. Have you had a little bit of time to dissect what happened?
Yeah, not really. I'll be honest, I haven't really thought about it much. One day I'm hitting 104, next day I'm hitting 68, but it is what it is. I'm here and I appreciate the invite and being here to try it out again.
Overall, how would you assess the way you've played this week?
Poorly, and then very good, and then poorly. If I can hit my doubles, and everybody knows if I hit my doubles, they'll go in. The amount of games this week, I was first at a double and not hitting it. No one else to blame but myself, so just don't miss.
Has a lot of this week's success been down to match play, just when you've had opportunities? Okay, you've been at your best at times, but just carving out those chances?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. As I say, I'm playing more competitive matches now, more match play. I still do the occasional practice sessions in the house when I can, but I try and get out and play more match practice. But some days it works and I'm banging 100 plus average. Other days it don't. I'm not going to let it bother me. If it happens, it happens.
Into Saturday night, does this almost feel like a new tournament this evening?
Not really, if you know what I mean, because there's 4 lads in there that I've already played this week, and they've beaten me and I've beaten them. And Robert, I've known Robert for a long, long time, and I can't remember the last time I've played Robert. Hopefully I get a chance to play him this evening, but we'll wait and see what happens. Don't look too far ahead and just concentrate on beating the ones that are in front of you.
And just finally, it's your 4th appearance in a finals night. How much would you like to eventually cross that finishing line?
Yeah, that's the main goal why you come here. Yes, it would be great if it doesn't happen. And if I'm lucky enough to get an invite, then I'll work hard and try and do it then. But yeah, tonight would be lovely. I could do that.
We wish you well, boss. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Andreas, back on a Saturday night here at the Super Series. This is becoming a very familiar habit for yourself. Let's talk about your campaign in Group A. How did you feel that went?
Yeah, till the end. At the end, it felt great. Yeah, it was a bit up and down. And yeah, Tuesday I didn't felt so well, but the Monday, Wednesday it was really good.
Were you feeling like you were trying to search a consistency, trying to find those good games more often than not?
Of course, I try to find them. I'm trying to find them as much as I can. So, and I think they're coming. The more I play, the more you get there.
You've had a couple of days off. What have you been doing over the last few days to get yourself ready for tonight?
Yeah, it's been a lovely couple of days. I've been out walking quite much and yeah, just enjoying myself.
You've become a tourist around Portsmouth, haven't you? You've probably seen every bit about it since you've been here.
No, there's more to see, I think. Just doing my usual rounds.
In terms of tonight, you're so used to Saturday evenings, so used to winning on Saturday evenings. When it comes to tonight, does it feel a little bit different? Does it feel a little bit more serious?
It always feels serious on the Saturday. Yeah. I'm just going to try to do my best, and we'll see how it goes.
You have the winning formula, but what's the secret behind your winning formula?
I don't know it but myself. So just throw my darts and have fun.
However you do it very well. Andreas, wish you all the very best of luck tonight. Good luck.
Thank you.
Once a champion, always a champion, and Andreas Harrison is looking to climb that mountain once again. But to do that, first of all, he's got to win another qualification week. He takes on Ross Montgomery in the opening game of the evening session. A fourth appearance in a finals night for the Scot. He is looking to pick up a first weekly title. In the commentary box this evening, it's Laura Turner, and first of all, a very good evening to Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, we get Andreas Harrison rejoin us. The always serious Andreas Harrison, the 49-year-old, join us from Sweden, a very big developing nation. But Ross Montgomery, someone we've seen on our screens for many years, debuted at the Lakeside back in 2006 before making 13 appearances on that famous stage. Appreciates the invites, appreciates the opportunities, and the opportunities are continuing to present himself this year. Reckons he's been more busy than ever since losing his PDC tour card. And, well, when you look at the opportunities that are available now in the world of darts, the Super Series, the seniors where he's picking up titles. You can see why he's getting so many reps on the game. I'm alongside Laura Turner this evening, who joins us
60
for what should be quite a good night of action.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very much looking forward to just seeing how tonight plays out. Obviously, we've got so much experience, and then we've got so much youth in Ryan Branley as well. So, yeah, it's going to be an intriguing night. Very different dynamics from all our players.
Both ends of the scale. All the ingredients to give us what should be a fantastic evening of action. Andreas Harrison, our Series 7 champion. He's won the lot. He's scooped the big prize. He'll want to do it again, especially now it's £5,000 more.
60.
£20,000 when Andreas Harrison won it the first time. Now £25,000.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line. And I did see Andreas Harrison here trying to defend his title back in Series 8 and just tripped at the final hurdle, lost out in the final to Richard Rowlands. And that didn't see him then able to come back at Champions Week and try and claim a spot. So another chance here for Series 9.
As far as the odds compilers go in regards to this game and the chances of the players, well, you'd think they'd think Andreas Harrison's going to be a clear winner here. Andreas Harrison, your favourite to lift the trophy at the end of the night, where Ross Montgomery, according to the outright odds, is the biggest outsider.
100.
So it's top versus bottom in regards to the odds compilers, and this would be a great way to start the night. Not going to go here for Andreas Harrison, who's just settling into proceedings after a couple of days off, walking around Portsmouth and taking in the sights.
Bit of a crowd interaction there, I think, from Harrison. They're expecting the big finishes right from the off. As you say, just sometimes takes the players a leg or so to kind of settle into the evening.
Quick flick over to the scoreboard, see where Ross Montgomery is, and that's why he's going for the 20 and the bullseye. Oh, and that is smack bang in the middle there from Andreas Harrison. He was just painting the picture. He may need a bit of time to settle in. Absolutely not.
Ross to throw first.
Big
Game on.
Finish there to really settle him into the evening.
And we've seen that from Andreas Harrison, not just throughout the course of the week, but in all his campaigns. Even when he's under a bit of pressure, he's looked over at the scoreboard, seen Ross has kind of pegged back slightly, and just manages to find those big finishes at the right time.
Is it too early in the night to say dirty darts for the first time?
It's never too early. Never.
Dirty darting. There could be a YouTube feature, Dirty Darting with Andreas Harrison.
Honestly, I would have the time of my life.
65.
Oh, I like it. Yes. We're only in leg 2. Well, Ross Montgomery, in his interview, we heard it straight from the horse's mouth, he feels his scoring has been up to par with everyone this week, and it's been the doubles that have been the issue. Well, to cast a bit more context on that theory of Ross Montgomery, we can actually back it up with statistical data. Ross Montgomery's played 25 matches this week so far, of which he's had 70 successful darts at a double, but it has took him 254 attempts. I know a lot of people nowadays dabble in percentages, so to give you that statistic, 27.56. You feel he might be right, Laura. He may need to find a bit more there.
Yeah, if you're going to get through tonight, when you look at the stats, say from Branley, for example, he was nigh on 40%. He was absolutely a demon on the outer ring. So, you know, they are the times and the chances that can win or lose you matches. Especially as Ross said, he got there first on several occasions and just couldn't convert.
46.25, Ryan Branley, 37 from 80. And that's why people are excited about the 16-year-old this evening. What can he do? He'll be coming up in a couple of games' time. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people tuning in for that. But what's Ross Montgomery's finishing going to be like tonight?
Game on the second.
No problems whatsoever. He knew what the issue was. He knew what he needed to do if he was going to contend with our Series 7 champion, Andreas Harrison. And with that, you can sometimes go in the back room and change up your routines. A lot of the time you come here, you start practicing in the back room, you spend a lot of time on the treble 20. If that's not the issue, there are plenty of different routines and games that you can play on yourself or with people in the back room where you sort of split into other groups. You can quite easily go to a player in group 2, let's do some finishing drills and really sort of focus on that area and turn it into a strength.
Yeah, and when you're in the back room and you're practicing, if they start flowing, if you start hitting those problem areas, so for Ross, for example, being the doubles, you can take that onto the stage. And I will say there's a real snarl on the face of Ross Montgomery at the moment as he's trying to find that break of throw that he's going to need if he's going to beat Harrison.
Been very productive when Ross Montgomery has been snarling and getting angry with himself and the dartboard. Very controlled aggression, though. Not throwing his arms around and cursing his luck like we see with some players. Very controlled, steely aggression. And he is going through the gears here. He said his scoring is strong. It's been very, very strong in this leg. 2 140s and a ton. He is threatening the Harrison throw.
100. Russia require 121.
Yeah, real good break opportunity here for Montgomery. And he's opted for that route because Harrison's back on 220. Doesn't actually need to kind of hunt down the bullseye.
57.
I do think if he left it, he may have gone for it. He's that kind of player, but...
It is a very old school sort of route, isn't it? We saw it from Martin Adams this past week as well, who was joining us for some Group B action.
44.
Seems a bit low on the tops.
Andreas,
The
you
frustration
require
there probably is the fact that
160.
he hasn't hit it first dart. He may not feel the threat from Harrison before a dart was thrown. But the longer Harrison keeps that shot going, the more you stand at the back of the stage and the heart rate, just you feel it going up beat by beat.
Yeah, and he is that player. We saw him take out that 1-4-1 against Smith early on to seal that success in Group A. We know he's got it in there. Can Montgomery find a route?
No score.
He can't. Desperately close.
Andreas, you require
Well, this is for a
60.
steal for Harrison, but this could be massive in psychological warfare. A dart out of the way there due to Andreas Harrison's angle of entry.
40.
But he lets the opportunity pass him by.
Ross, you require
I think Ross
20.
Montgomery's night hinges on these next 3 darts.
Game shot on the third.
Before a dart was thrown tonight, Ross Montgomery
Montgomery.
highlighted what the issue was. He said it was the doubles. Had he lost
Fourth
that leg when he
it's
could
Ross
have
to throw
and probably
first.
should have broke the throw,
Game
that could
on.
have been a big psychological blow if he feels the thing that's let him down has done it again.
Yeah, I agree. That was absolutely massive just in the terms of how Ross might push forward, how his mindset will be.
140.
Well, he's certainly right about this power scoring. Certainly this evening. Really serving this up to the ultra-consistent
58.
Andreas Harrison, who he doesn't think he was very consistent this week. But let's just delve into the week of Andreas Harrison. We know it's only a 3-day week because he topped Group A. But when he's saying it was a bit
95.
up and down in his words, up and down still averaged over 15 matches, winning 11 of them, an average of 90.03. That's not bad for a bit of up and down.
100.
No, very consistent. He's one of those players that you could kind of describe as a bit of a robot when it comes to stepping up on the oche, but he has now faced that kind of disappointment of making finals night and
98.
very recently and not actually winning. So does that play on the mindset of a player? I don't think it does in the terms of Andreas, but you never quite know what Andreas Harrison's thinking.
100.
Reminds you that you're beatable as well. Sometimes you go into a room or a venue and you get a certain vibe. Certainly when you come here at the Super Series, if you're winning all the time when you come here, you think it's your stage.
94.
Right now, it all belongs to Ross Montgomery. The favourite to win the week is in trouble in game number 1.
97. Ross, you require 74.
He's had trouble with tops. He's pulled them low on a couple of occasions so far tonight. Does so again.
54. Andreas, you require
That's where that frustration is. But
146.
again, when you look over to the scoreboard, Ross Montgomery misses and Andreas Harrison needs something big.
57. Ross, you require
Not
20.
landing a significant blow here, Andreas Harrison. Ross Montgomery having it his own way.
Game shot on the fourth.
He's now a leg away.
Ross Montgomery.
Look what it means to him. Snatches the darts out the board.
Fifth leg, it's Andreas to throw
Controlled
first.
aggression was
Game
the words
on.
we used earlier on.
Yeah, and I think for certain players, you need that. You need that kind of buzz
140.
just to see you through certain matches. And Ross is definitely one of those players that, having seen him played over the years, has that.
Loves the fight, doesn't he? Ross Montgomery loves the battle.
85.
I don't know if he loves it, but he seems to always be embroiled in it.
97. $60.
If there was a criticism of Montgomery, certainly in the sort of front 9, it was when he was
100.
ahead, not being able to drive home that advantage.
And in fairness, even when he won that second leg, found that break in this match, he did almost let that lead disappear again. It was just kind of
81.
fortunate that
Andreas,
Harrison
you
gave
require
him that extra opportunity at a
164.
double.
Options.
But he's only got one thing in mind. He said Andreas Harrison hasn't been able yet to land a significant blow. That is one of the biggest blows he could dish up. Ross Montgomery, a long way back in that leg. He didn't have to go for the ball, but I think that is a statement visit there from Andreas Harrison. I think he was trying to send a message that this one is not over yet.
Yeah, well and truly received as well.
85.
Feels like one of those matches, Harrison. Both finishes very, very cleanly on the bullseye.
100.
He's growing into the game, but has the damage already been done by Montgomery? Here's the player with throw. He's trying to serve this one out.
140.
Yeah, first 180 of the match, and what a time for Andreas Harrison.
What is the difference between a good player and a champion? Well, you're witnessing it here. 3-1 down, he's found his very best. He's took out a 12 darter with a 164 finish, and now look at him go.
140.
When he's in that free flow, he just looks like he's not going to miss. And down to 81 after just 9 darts, and in a leg where he needs to win.
This is a vital dart here for Ross Montgomery.
59.
He now make Andreas Harrison favourite to break the throw, and if that happens, he will have the throw in the last leg. Surely not a third leg on the ball.
32.
I'm disappointed.
Russia require
I'm sure Andreas is as well.
Just reminded us all that he's human, hasn't he? Well, he just got hit with a haymaker. This is to win it.
128.
Yeah, that was close. Superb effort there from Montgomery, but is it just too little too late in this leg?
17.
Well, there's a missed opportunity. You didn't expect the way that Andreas Harrison was going through the gears. Ross Montgomery dodges a couple of bullets. Oh no. Oh no.
No score.
He doesn't know what's happened. He's forgot that he's come inside. He turned to shake the hand.
32.
He wasn't listening to Owen Binks.
Yeah, and you just saw his wife Dorothy there telling him off.
Game
just that slight lapse of concentration there from Ross Montgomery, and yeah, shake of the head. Okay, you can laugh about it, but as players, that hurts.
On finals night.
Game on.
If that's Monday morning, game 1 of 15, it doesn't hurt as much. You feel a bit silly, you know you're going to be trending, but to do it in the opening game on finals night against a series champion, Andreas Harrison just says thank you very much.
Yeah, well, we've spoke about the psychological effects of missing doubles. Well,
30.
How much is that going to play on his mind, actually hitting the wrong double?
And hitting it as well. I said, oh no, because there's nothing you can do. Owen Binks can't say, hang on a minute, I said 8.
49.
You can't stop him, and the longer it goes on before he realises, you're kind of hoping he keeps missing the board rather than actually hitting the double or the single. A touch of the Glendurance there.
60.
Yeah, when you have a mistake like that as well, and then you come back to the board, you've obviously lost the advantage of throw, and then your opponent kicks off with a 180 and you back it up with a 30. It's just not your night. It's not your week. Obviously, it's not over yet.
137.
He's lost all momentum though here, hasn't he? It's all about Andreas Harrison now. And you feel the way Ross Montgomery's going to get into this is purely
50.
Through mistakes of Andreas Harrison. Well, there's one. But it's only a mistake here if Ross Montgomery can find at least a couple of big trebles.
And there's one of them. And he squeezed in another
98.
off the switch, and understandably so, but couldn't find the red bit.
How ironic would it be if Ross Montgomery gets a dart to win this match on double 8?
60.
You're just mean. It would be very.
Very
stubborn approach there from Montgomery, wasn't it? There didn't seem to be a way through. He did shuffle across the hockey. This is for the match. Of course he's going to try using the bullseye.
62.
Yeah, well, it has been his friend in this match.
135.
This is a big ask for Ross Montgomery. And it's not going to go, and you can just see the dejection there in his face, shake of the head. He had a chance, and just all went a bit wrong.
49. Andreas, you require 40.
The darts have been put down by Montgomery. That's a bit tricky. And that's a bit good from Andreas Harrison. This time we see a double go in, and this time it counts as the winner. Ross Montgomery thought he had won the game. He hit the double 8. He celebrated, turned round to shake the hand, but it was the wrong double. 8 was needed, not the double. Andreas Harrison turns it around. He was 3-1 down in that game before coming back and showing why he is a winner, why he's a champion up on that stage. Big maximum in the last leg, a big 164, real key moments in the turnaround there for Andreas Harrison. But coming up next, we move our attention to Group 2. Robert Thornton takes on Mike Warburton.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Ross Montgomery thought it was all over. But it wasn't. He went inside on the double eight, but he thought he went on the other side of the wire. So he then proceeded to go back to that target, thinking that double four was in hand. When he hit the double eight, burst the score, actually tried to shake the hand of Andreas Hazard because he thought he'd won the game, and then Harrison would scoop the win. So he's in pole position to progress through Group 1. The first game of Group 2 sees two veterans of this competition go toe-to-toe as Mike Warburton takes on Robert Thornton. For the Fawn, well, he picked up his first title here at the Live Lounge at Double Trouble 2 a fortnight ago, whilst Mike Warburton has lost in the final in his last 2 appearances here. Early on this evening, I caught up with both players. Well, Mike, the bags were packed yesterday morning. You could be packing your bags tomorrow evening with a trophy. This has been quite a traumatic last 24 hours, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, mate. They were packed. They're unpacked now again, and it feels like a free hit tonight for me. I fully expected to be at home now watching this, so bonus.
Have you had time to kind of dissect what happened yesterday evening?
Yeah, I just sort of everything aligned, didn't it? You know, I needed other people to help me out, and when I lost to Robert, I thought I had to win every game. When I lost to Robert, I thought that's it. But then, obviously, Martin done me a favour against Tommy, and then I just needed to beat Martin, didn't I think? And yeah, so I went and done it, didn't I? Yeah.
Sometimes as a dart player, do you almost believe in fate or have to believe in fate a little bit?
Well, yeah, you've got to. I always believed I could do it, but doing it and actually happening is completely different. I don't know. We spoke yesterday. I'm not sure if anyone else has ever done it, have they?
Not in the circumstances, I don't think. I'm not on 6.
So it was pretty tight. So yeah, I'm lucky to be here. I know that, but it's like I say, it's a free hit. It's like I've got nothing to lose today tonight.
So
I might be a dangerous man.
Dangerous man, free hit. Does that just take the air off your shoulders and you just go and play how Mike Warburton wants to go and play?
Well, you mentioned fate. If fate's got anything to do with it, you can look at last night and maybe I was meant to be here. So we'll see. Hopefully, I get my hands on the trophy later.
We look forward to watching you try, Mike. Good luck.
Thank you very much, sir.
Robert, here we are on a Saturday again, but this time you're going at having won a Saturday night in Double Trouble. Does that give you a little bit more confidence going into this evening?
Yeah, it gives you a little bit more. The monkey's off the back now, so I'm just happy again there.
Well, the good news is you don't ever have to ask that question again. Let's talk about this week and talk about your campaign in Group B. How would you assess it overall?
I didn't think I played well in the first day. The second day I played better. But it's one of them, innit? I won 3 games on the first day. And I got lucky in a few of the games.
Does it sometimes take you a night or day to get into proceedings here?
Yeah, because you're going for playing in the morning, and then you've got to go to night time. But I mean, as I said, I come in at night time this time, but I think my body's used to getting up that early in the morning to play. Do you know what I mean? And it's kind of hard to switch.
But back into tonight's final, it's a time slot that you know all too well. A practice room which has got a bit of a cosmopolitan mix, and in particular, Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old sensation. You've been keeping up to date with any of his progress this week?
Do you know what? I've watched a couple of his matches. He's absolutely quite a superb little player, do you know what I mean? And it'll be nice to see how he handles tonight, and I don't think it'll bother him, to be honest with you.
But tonight, you'd be hoping it's all about Robert Thornton once again. Once you've got the knack of it once, you can do it again, can't you?
Well, I hope so, mate. That's your plan anyway.
We wish you all the very best. Robert, good luck.
Anyway, cheers, mate.
Anthony Joshua is fighting tonight, and his big catchphrase is, the first time so nice, he just had to do it twice. And Robert Thornton is looking to do something similar here at the Live Lounge this evening, picking up the Double Trouble title a fortnight ago. He's looking to qualify for his first Champions Week here at the Super Series. His first assignment, Mike Warburton, who's lost in the final in each of his previous 2 appearances here, has made it through to a Champions Week before, looking to do so for a second time. In the commentary box, it's Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, a game that throws up so many stories, which I'm sure we're going to dissect as this game goes on. Robert Thornton, glittering CV up against Mike Warburton, a man who didn't even expect to be here. Quite often, the players in Group B, you're looking 8 points plus. Mike Warburton, as he alluded to, 6 points. Packed his bags, thought he was going home after losing all his games on the first day. Said he'd need a lot of results to go his way. Well, I've had a rough workout. In Group B, we have 10 matches on an evening. And Mike Warburton needed 7 of those to go his way.
Game on!
That is how unlikely it was. So, do you believe in free rolls and free hitting, Laura?
180!
To an extent, I guess. You can look into it possibly a bit more if it, if it so suits the way that you want to think. But yeah, Mike's going to come here. As Henry said, he's been here the last 2 times, made it through to the final, lost in said final. So he just wants to go that one step further. So yeah, it's probably quite nice. It's a bit of a relief, but it's game face on. It's a different night.
There's 2 ways of looking at it, isn't there? You can look at it and go, well, I've got nothing to lose. However, you've got everything to gain.
60.
And there is a sizable prize fund here on a Saturday night at the Super Series. Also that golden ticket to get yourself through to Champions Week as well, where you'll be playing for the £25,000 grand prize. And that coming up at the back end of the year. And as we know with darts, you want to be involved around the December time when the Christmas decorations come out and the trees go up. There's no better time to be involved in a big darts competition.
Yeah, there's the pride of winning one of these weeks, isn't there? But then you couple it with that extra carrot, that extra bonus that you know you're going to be coming back for Champions Week for that massive check. And that is something that Robert Thornton hasn't experienced. He hasn't won one of these weeks. Yes, we saw him have success a couple of weeks ago on the double in, double out special, but hasn't actually won in one of these weeks to qualify through to a Champions Week. And I think that's still one of the things missing off his CV.
So you're saying that extra dynamic means that maybe the monkey is still on the back.
It's probably just clinging on a little bit there.
Fingertips.
$49.
I mean, it's a stat that's always surprised me because he's such a capable player, won so much over his career and been in so many finals. Just hasn't crossed the line.
52.
Hasn't crossed the line there in this leg and visibly not happy.
52.
Yeah, that frustration hasn't boiled over at times for Robert Thornton. He's managed to keep it in control. But on Saturday night, when the chips are down,
Game shot the first leg.
you may see that frustration boil over for Robert Thornton, especially now he's just given away his throw.
Mike to throw first.
I mentioned about Robert Thornton winning so much, and he has, hasn't he? Not just in regards to his major titles, but also titles around the world. It all really started for him, picking up the big ones in 2007 when he won the World Masters title on the old BDO system. Picked up 2 PDC major titles, the World Grand Prix in 2015, the UK Open in 2012. Really picked up an awful lot of titles on the Seniors Tour since that inception. 2-time Seniors World Champion, World Match Play Champion.
140.
And then I don't even think I'm going to go into his other tournament wins because I don't think we've got long enough.
100.
Yeah, prolific player, prolific career. And I'm sure he just wants to be that guy that lifts that little weekly trophy at the end. Just an inclination. I think that's how, when you've been that close and just want to get back for Champions Week.
58. Mike, you require 161.
Cooking the same way that he has been so far this week, Robert Thornton. There seems to be a little bit of disconnect at the moment with Robert Thornton, as if he's to be stood there saying, where has this been all the time?
83.
Well, we'll be well and truly trying to make the most of the advantage.
92. Mike, you require
And if you do lose
78.
the opening game in this kind of short round robin stage, it's not the end of the world, but you want to be registering legs. You don't want a 4-0, you don't really want a 4-1.
Game
But it looks
shot
like
the
Mike
second
Warburton
leg.
does want a 4-0 or a
Mike
4-1.
Warburton.
Races into a 2-0 lead.
Well, if you do get that
Third leg,
4-0
it's
win
Robert to
in the
throw
opening
first.
game, it means you only need
Game
one leg in your second match. and you're through. And when this is Group 2, the group that has Ryan Branley in it,
140.
we've seen what he's been capable of this week. You don't want to be going into that needing results.
Yeah, Thornton alluded to the fact that he didn't think he'd be too worried about being here on finals night, wouldn't be overcome by an occasion.
100.
So you do feel that this is one of the key matches in this group if Ryan comes out and plays like we've seen over the last couple of days.
There's been no signs, as Robert alludes to, that would make it suggest otherwise. Certainly here at the Super Series, we are really excited to see Ryan Branley on the stage a bit later on.
137.
This is so much better from Mike Warburton. All week we've been hypercritical of his performance. We've been critical of the throw not being completed.
71.
But he's picking it up. I like the 180 sign there going up in the crowd as well. It's a maximum, wasn't it? It was 3 trebles.
I appreciate it, absolutely.
He might be hoisting it again.
180.
It'd be ironic if he didn't put it up on that time, wouldn't it?
Just doesn't count. He's a 19s guy.
42.
Tops
Might
ball.
require 84.
I think Robert Thornton may be getting caught up in quite a negative thought here. Certainly, if Warburton, well, completes the shot, but he's pulled it low.
Yeah, it's always that kind of conflict as a dart player. You tend to go for the treble because obviously it leaves you a bigger target in terms of a double, but you want to make sure you get the single number. You want a
68.
chance at the ball at least.
Robert, you require 50. $30.
Well, you know it's not going for Robert Thornton when he starts missing tops.
16.
And now he could be in big, big trouble here because Mike Warburton looking at a double breaker throw. Thornton looking all around the room.
Mike
I
Warburton.
think he knows every single light in here now and every single tile on the roof.
Full flag, it's
But one
Mike
thing he's
to throw
not
first.
familiar with is success on the board tonight.
Game on.
3-0 Warburton. And you've got to say, Thornton could be standard Saturday night again for him here at the Super Series.
Yeah, it's looking that way unless he can turn it around. We saw Harrison turn it around from 3-1 down against Montgomery in the opening match of this evening's session. He needs to find something like that.
84.
But what you will find with Robert is he can let that frustration really creeps into his throw, his game, and unfortunately it's just not quite the right mindset that he needs to produce his best.
You can see it as he's walking back. He's looking around everywhere. When Thornton's playing well, that head's down, focused on the darts, focused on the next shot. Something that he's not done this week. He's not gone to this sort of implosive state. He's dug deep, and he really needs to dig deep here.
And when it's not going your way and you hit a 26, and they were 3 well-thrown darts, they were all surrounding the treble 20, but then you just feel like the fate's against you. Maybe this is all fated. Who knows?
60.
Warby might be right.
If he gets a bounce out now, he'll probably just walk off the stage.
96.
Crisis averted, no bounce out. Found the treble. But he is in a bit of trouble still here in this leg.
50 points on the scoreboard for Warburton, and what is in his hand?
100.
Serving out well here. Warburton running around 100 average for the majority of this game. He has stepped it up to levels we haven't really
58.
seen from him so far this week.
Mike, you require 141.
Yeah, I think with Warby, the consistency probably lower than what we would normally kind of expect from him
100.
throughout the week. Average just under an 85 and top average just around 96. So as you say, just hasn't shown these kind of levels.
And that really was a one-off.
135.
96.
Mike, you require
But this, so
41.
much better. He knows what to do on a Saturday night. He knows how to get to the final. And he has just taken the first step towards it, and it's not just a step, it's a massive leap, a huge start to the night, a 4-0 success over Robert Thornton, averaging 12 points more than his weekly stats. He said he was free rolling, he didn't expect to be here, and he has produced 96.97 the average there, 4 from 5 on the doubles. A clinical performance. Robert Thornton, he's in big trouble now. He needs big results. He needs things to go his way. And he's coming up later on against Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old sensation. But we move back to Group 1, where the eyes are going to be on Ross Montgomery. Can he recover after thinking he'd won the game, but hitting the wrong double? He takes on Justin Smith. Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again. 180!
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style!
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it's something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Mike Warburton got the better of Robert Thornton by 4-0. That means he is now virtually towards that semi-finals and needs a solitary leg to confirm that progression. Matthew Edgar's alongside me, and we're about to see Ross Montgomery back in action. And earlier on this evening, he thought he'd won the game against Andreas Harrison. We're going to rewatch that moment there. Now, I don't know whether you've actually been involved in a moment like that in your career, but I know of others that have been involved. What on earth will this moment be like?
Oh, it's horrible. It's a horrible situation to be in. As the referee, Owen Binks, would have stood there thinking, he's going for the wrong thing. He wants to say, you can't stop the player. The crowd would have wanted to have said something, but you can't call out and say, stop throwing. It's just one of those things. I was kind of hoping he'd keep missing on the outer wire until he saw what the error of his ways was. And you can do all sorts in this world and do all sorts in this game. Glenn Durrant's won the Premier League, he won 3 Lakeside titles, but one of the most viewed clips on YouTube was when he did exactly this, where he missed the double, thought he'd won it, turned around and celebrated. Ross Montgomery actually celebrated, and that's where it gets a little bit harsh on the situation. He thought he'd won the match. He then went on to lose it. It was like it went from bad to worse, and you've got to feel for Montgomery, and he doesn't have a lot of time to put it right.
Indeed, he hasn't, but he's in action in our third game session. The fact that he's playing game free, does that help him a little bit? The fact he can come straight back on?
I don't think he'd want to go into the back room. I mean, one thing he's got here with this group of players, the back room does make a difference. And the group of players, he's not got a character in there who's going to remind him of it and really make the most of that moment. I can think of a lot of people off the top of my head. I'm not going to name them, but if he was in the back room with those players, it would have been a lot worse of a situation.
Well, he takes on Justin Smith in our third game of the session. A win virtually guarantees his way through. If he wins 4-0, 4-1, 4-2, he's guaranteed it. 4-3, the only way he can go home is through a 9-dart shooter. He takes on the Bearded Dragon. It's our third game of the evening session. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with Justin. Justin, into tonight's final, at points in Group B, I know you finished runner-up, but particularly on night one, there was a lot of controlled performances.
Yeah, I think personally, I dominated. I think the first 2 days, I backed down a bit on the Wednesday, but I personally think I should have gone through in my head. But yeah, I'm just glad to come through Group B afterwards, and then obviously be here in tonight's finals, which I'm obviously glad with the lack of practice that I've had again.
What's the kind of reason behind the lack of practice going into this?
I think I moved house in January, February, which is quite far away, obviously. I've had my boy now, he's 10 weeks old, so it's hard to find the time these days, but I suppose you've got to make exceptions, really. So after this, like I always say, I'm going to put more hours in and hopefully get, obviously, a little bit better what I've been doing recently. So,
does fatherhood give you an extra inspiration for the sport?
Yeah, to be fair, I have looked at a few pictures of him and think, I'm going to do this for you this weekend, and well, tonight is quite big for me because I haven't got a main sponsor now, so whatever I do tonight, I think is going to go into whatever happens with Q School. So hopefully, if I end up coming maybe second or first tonight, then it'll fund Q School for me. So it's kind of a big night for me.
So this is kind of important in more ways than one, not just the weekly title, but actually the knock-on effect of it.
Yeah, good God, yeah. Like I said, whatever happens tonight, it is gonna be a knock-on effect of whatever happens in the next few months. But I will also obviously try and find the practice in to continue regardless if tonight doesn't go my way. But yeah, I'll still try and put the hours in, yeah.
Whatever happens, wish you all the best. Justin, good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers, bye.
And it goes double 18 for double top. May take it out. He may find the ball. He does find the ball. He does pin the ball. It's back-to-back bullseye. And if Justin Smith wins this game against Ross Montgomery, it will eliminate the Scot, and it will mean that both Justin Smith and Andreas Harrison will make their way through to the semi-finals, and match 5 would be to see who tops Group 1. So into the second period of our group stages, and in the commentary box is Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, this is going to be eyes on Ross Montgomery. How can he recover after that moment? Can he brush it aside and come up here and show the years of experience and a setback that I'm sure he's not had to deal with before? Still learning at 61, still learning at 27. Justin Smith, a new father, PDC Challenge Tour winner of a couple of years ago, looking to pick up another weekly title here at the Super Series. He did that a year ago when he beat Martin Adams in the final, another older statesman. But really interesting there, listening to Justin Smith and his aspirations and hopes moving forward, and certainly what this evening means to him. It's not just about today, it's not just about tonight. This could be something that funds the next few months of his career.
Yeah, I think the financial side of it, but I think that's sometimes an element that's kind of lost when we're watching the players, and just hearing him speak, you understand the importance. It could absolutely turn someone's career around to have that financial kind of ability to put in a bit more practice, to fund yourself to Q School, because it's not a cheap experience.
And that's why I love Saturday night, when we get to hear from every single one of our players. We hear what it means to them, because
100.
Every event that people go to, you know, we look at the Pro Tour, 128 players turn up. I guarantee you 128 players are not walking through the door thinking or going, I'm going to be the champion, or I want to be the champion. Some of them will just have ambitions of winning one game to guarantee those costs are covered and to be guaranteeing some form of income.
Yeah, 100%. And I think especially when you talk about Pro Tour, it's just that format. It's brutal.
Question opposed was, how's Ross Montgomery going to regroup? He's not coming out waving his arms around, stamping his feet and
85.
blaming the room. He's coming out and he's steely focused and knows that he's still in a position to qualify, but he has to beat Justin Smith.
80.
Yeah, absolutely. No easy task for any player. But as you say, Montgomery seems to be keeping it all together. That's not disastrous. Treble 17 would have left the ball.
92. Justin, you require 100.
It's no easy task when Justin Smith throwing darts like
Justin
that.
Smith.
Ross Montgomery's going to be feeling like everything's against him
Second leg,
tonight.
it's Justin to throw first.
15 dart breaker throw there from the bearded dragon, and I'm going to be,
Game on.
as I have been all week, friendly critical of Justin Smith in the fact that I believe he could do more.
100.
I think, as strange as this may sound, not having a main sponsor is going to be a good thing for him. Take away the era of comfort.
140.
And all of a sudden, you're going to get a player that wants to practice more. Because if he doesn't earn, he's not going to be out there playing on the tours. Because, as you've mentioned, it's very expensive when you're doing all the travelling, hotels, and everything that comes with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess that kind of backs up what he was saying in his interview. Yeah, but he recognises the challenges that kind of lie ahead. But it's good to hear that he's sounding so positive about Q-School, about the ambitions that he's got.
Let's dig even deeper, because actually when we talk about these things, everyone all talks about the entry fees, the hotels, the travel, but actually what you don't consider is when you're playing on these tours, if you're considered as someone who's going to darts to earn money, you're deemed as work. And your work is a professional dart player, which means you can no longer have standard car insurance, for example. So you need a professional sportsman's car insurance, which costs an awful lot more. There are a lot of extra costs that are not often considered.
$41.
I can understand why he stuck with that route, but it does go back to what you were saying earlier about how stubborn Ross Montgomery has been when it's come to those finishes.
131.
Another one for the people here cheering on Justin Smith to really get stuck into.
$35.
The doubles was the thing causing him troubles, and he opted to go for 2. It's a bit tricky. It's just coming to the left to go over the top of that dart.
1.
Ross Montgomery gets a reprieve.
60.
Yeah, could there be a slight irony there that Double 8 has actually come to the rescue of Ross Montgomery?
Game shot on the second leg.
Written in the stars sometimes, isn't it?
Third leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game on.
It could prove significant. It's put everything back on throw. That was a breaker throw for Ross Montgomery.
$121.
Reminder of the results so far today. Andreas Harrison 4-3 against Ross Montgomery in the opening game, is why Ross Montgomery needs the result here against Justin Smith. We've also seen Mike Warburton pick up a 4-0 victory over Robert Thornton. So we've seen most of our players. We're just waiting on the start of the campaign of Ryan Branley, which I'm sure a lot of people will be tuning in for. You don't have to wait long. He'll be coming up next against Mike Warburton, who is looking for just one leg to confirm his place in the semi-final.
Yeah, Warburton was really quite impressive on his opening victory. But he is facing a different challenge when it comes to playing Branley.
He's not just playing the man, he's playing the story. 131.
There'll be a lot of eyes on that game. Justin Smith. He wants to be in the big game. The one at the end of the night. The big money match. Could be quite a turning point for him.
135. Justin, you
listening to him in that interview beforehand.
Yeah, that lie of the first dart just made that a bit awkward. Couldn't find a route through, but recovers well. But chance here for a holder throw for Ross Montgomery. 45 required.
Doing it in two parts here, Ross Montgomery. Not letting the emotion carry him away. And I like that. So many times you see players go up, miss the big number because they just expect that part and they're focused on the double. He did the single, stopped, and then came back for the double. Something we don't see too many players do. I tend to find it's players that are able to sort of set and play without rhythm. Kevin Painter and Rob Cross, the two that really come to the forefront of my mind.
100.
Yeah, I know Ross has got support in the crowd with his wife Dorothy being here, and it's been interesting. She's been up here all week, and she's been seeing the sights of Portsmouth. And there you see her on your screens. And I think this is a bit of a double-edged sword because in true Ross Montgomery style, he kind of left it to the last moment to qualify. So they were going to plan an impromptu trip to the Isle of Wight. And obviously she's very pleased that he's made it through to tonight's finals, but has missed out on a nice day trip.
There's always Sunday. There's always Sunday.
42.
Go have a roast dinner on the Isle of Wight. Well, since those missed opportunities for Justin Smith, Ross Montgomery stepped it up.
I think if he can see out this match for Ross Montgomery, I think for me that just shows it's a good testament to his mental steel, because there are a lot of players that missing that double or hitting the wrong double, that would really have hurt.
38.
Oh, I think I'd have gone home. I don't think I'd still be here. He knows he can still play himself into contention.
$59.
And again, that low falling dart, those first couple of darts blocks the treble 20. He was trying to find an alternative route to ensure he was on a finish.
2 12s. And that's a big breaker throw, a commanding breaker throw. Justin Smith nowhere to be seen. It's all kind of gone wrong for Justin Smith since missing that 148, missing the double 14. Montgomery now thrown for the match.
Montgomery wins for 142. 60.
Well, Ross Montgomery not only throwing here for the match, but throwing for qualification. And he's got himself a buffer as well. 4-1 or 4-2 in favour of the boss. And he's in.
81.
Yeah, and a real turnaround in this match in terms of the finishing stats so far for Ross Montgomery. He's 3 from 3, 100%. And as we said, that has been a problem area. Seems to have tried to kind of right those wrongs over the last, well, just throughout today, really.
140.
Getting desperation time now for Justin Smith. Needs to hit big. Just starting to throw his shoulder into the shot as well. A sign there of a player that's looking for something, not playing with freedom.
And do you think, having heard his interview, when you have that extra element of kind of almost needing or really wanting it, the kind of prize fund for something, that actually can afflict your darts?
I think it can really help, certainly Justin Smith, but when he gets used to that feeling, something he hasn't had to deal with, so it's a new angle, a new thing for him to have to work out.
Ross, you require 160.
And Ross Montgomery now, 6 darts at 160. To be the first man guaranteed in the semi-final.
40.
Yeah, made a little bit of a hash of that and slightly opens the door here. Obviously, Ross will be back for a 120, but could be under a wee bit of pressure here from Justin Smith.
92. Ross should require 120.
That's inviting.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was the perfect lie for Ross Montgomery, and he does find the treble.
Justin, you
Third
require
dart of asking, but
106.
Justin Smith hit for a chance to break. 106 required. And now he just has to hope if he's got any chance
98.
of staying in the match.
Ross should require 20.
3 darts, 3 match darts, 3 qualifying darts.
10.
What a time for the doubles to start letting you down. Gives
Justin,
an
you
opportunity
require 8.
for Justin Smith to get himself back into this one. It kind of will wrestle Ross Montgomery's fate away from him here.
Yeah, big dart. Smith just taking his time.
Game
Yeah, finds the
from fifth
target.
leg. Justin Smith.
And again, if you're Ross Montgomery, he's in a commanding
Sixth
position
leg,
in the
it's
leg.
Justin to throw first.
And it's the timing
Game
of the
on.
misses. He's missed 3 clear at the outer ring. In steps Justin Smith, and a leg that, you know, should have actually tied this all up for
60.
Montgomery.
Yeah, because now he's got to break the throw of Justin Smith. Otherwise, even with a win at 4-3, not guaranteed of anything. Still be a lot going on in that last game. Justin Smith, Andreas Harrison.
60.
In regards to the fate of Ross Montgomery.
Yeah, and there are parallels. Ross Montgomery did have a 3-1 lead over Andreas Harrison in his opening match, and we all know how that panned out.
40.
You don't want to be the person that's kind of thrown away 2 3-1 leads.
Great point. The demons certainly wake up very quickly, don't they, in these situations? You think, oh no, not again.
85.
Well, we're now back on throw, so in theory Smith has the advantage. He's got these darts in hand. Then you know what it's like at 3-all when you've been comfortable, you've been in front,
60.
you've had match-winning darts. You see that lead just slowly pecked away at, and then all of a sudden you're an even game, and sometimes that pressure can just be all too consuming.
Well, you feel you've got the game in your hands at 3-1 up with 3 darts in your hand. And you have.
32.
Absolutely. Especially when you're 100% on the doubles at the time. It's yours to lose.
And that positive start that we saw from Ross Montgomery is now coming out as a real negative in his body language.
I do think, though, those really big roars from the people that have travelled here to support Justin Smith are going to spur Ross Montgomery on in that last one. It gives you something to almost fight against.
Yeah, you just want to shut the crowd up, really, don't you? We've seen it on many a stage.
91.
It gives you something to focus that aggression against rather than beating yourself up, so to speak.
97. Justin, you require 110.
6 starts here for Justin Smith to ensure that Ross Montgomery cannot confirm his qualification via the result of this game.
58.
Yeah, and a real role reversal from the last leg. It's now Ross Montgomery who's hoping that Justin Smith
100
misses here on 52.
Justin, you require 52.
Well, he's done all he can. He's hit big.
Game shot the
But it is now no longer in the hands of Ross Montgomery regarding his fate as of yet. There is still obviously the possibility of a 9-dart shootout, something we don't get often here at the Super Series, but
Game on.
I'm not going to stoke that fire just yet. First thing needs to be a leg won here by Ross Montgomery. But this is where I expect to really see that steely aggression.
81. $41.
was talking not long ago about Ross Montgomery guaranteeing his qualification. Well, Justin Smith's in the same situation here.
100.
If he is able to break the throw of Ross Montgomery, he will qualify. Because Ross Montgomery would have lost both of his games. And not only will Justin Smith qualify, he will also take through Andreas Harrison with him. So Justin Smith's almost got a double opportunity from here. 2 lives.
It is amazing in this format how it can swing around so very quickly. And Montgomery will be all too aware of the situation. This is a must-win game, a must-win leg for the boss. And Justin Smith's making that very, very difficult.
Well, he's playing it absolutely perfectly here, Justin Smith. He's against the darts. And when you're against the darts, you need to hit something big. And Ross Montgomery's miscounted again here. Staying down.
140.
Just causing a few issues.
Well, he was hoping to finish in style on a 140. But now just trying to find a route through. Again, just the way his darts land, he needs to ensure he doesn't pull it into the treble and finds a clean 20.
Well, he's done his job. 12 darts thrown. He's left the double. There is nothing that Ross Montgomery can do. His fate is now in the hands of Justin Smith. He's a dart away, 1 successful dart away from navigating away through this group.
He
can't find it.
Ross, you require 68.
A real opportunity here for Montgomery to step up. Yeah, once again pulls it low.
Justin Smith
Justin, you
taking his
require
time.
10.
He knows the importance of the situation. Ross Montgomery thinks it's done. The darts are on the table. And the double that Ross Montgomery wanted to beat Andreas Harrison is the one that sinks him. How ironic. Ross Montgomery 3-1 up in both of his games, unable to get over the line. He missed 4 match darts there. He had opportunities to be guaranteed his place in the semi-final. Instead, Justin Smith takes the honour, and not just Justin Smith, he also takes through with him Andreas Harrison. Ross Montgomery, the story was clear, 100%, 3 from 3 on the doubles until it came to the match-winning moment, and then just couldn't cross the line. Mike Warburton crossed the line well, a 4-0 victory over Robert Thornton in his opening game. How's he going to take it when he takes on Ryan Branley?
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Group 1 was pretty much completed. We've got one more game to go between Justin Smith and Andreas Harrison, but that is to jostle for position, because before the break, Justin Smith got the better of Ross Montgomery in a last leg decider. It sees the Scot eliminated from the competition, and ironically, it was that double 4 that sent him home and has sent Justin Smith into the semi-finals. Right, our fourth game of the evening session sees the young sensation Ryan Branley in action. The 16-year-old from Newcastle upon Tyne has been a breakthrough star this week at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He has qualified through to the finals on debut, and he's looking to follow in the footsteps of a few teenage stars here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on Mike Warburton in his first game of the evening session, and early on this evening, I caught up with Ryan. Well, Ryan, it's been an amazing week for yourself here at the Modus Super Series. Just try and sum it up in your own words.
Very excited to be here once again. Just a bonus getting a Saturday night.
You've been really the talk of the town here at the Super Series since you've arrived on Thursday afternoon. What's been the buzz like? What's the last 24 hours been like since you've qualified through to the finals?
It's been a bit different to all the social media. People messaging us saying well done and good luck for tonight. It's been a little bit too much at times, but got to get used to that.
Has it been a little bit of a whirlwind? And actually, how much does all of that support actually help drive you forward?
It gives us the drive to do more, makes us realise that I'm actually being watched by people from the local area.
In terms of the performances that you put in this week, how pleased have you been with them? And did you expect to play this well on debut?
No, I didn't expect to play this well. Doubles been letting us down recently, but I've amended them for this week and they've showed.
Now, if you win this evening, you'll become just the second 16-year-old to win here at the Series. Have you, first of all, thought about the prospect and the possibility of winning this tournament?
No, there's a good bunch of lads in there who's all capable of winning. Just take every step as I can. It's a bonus to be here.
And in terms of support, have you got many coming down to support you this evening?
I thought I did, but it turns out I don't know how many's coming, but I've got my dad at least.
And how important has that family support been on your journey?
It's been very important. I've had all my family messaging us. My brother's been texting us a lot.
I wish you all the very best, Ryan. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
It's going to get better than that too. A double 14.
Super Series champion.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Well, maybe we're getting a new hero here at the Super Series. Ryan Branley wasting no time.
Sense and sensibility. Convention and execution of the highest extreme for Ryan Branley, and a double in this contest. He couldn't sweep in again, could he? It was the 150 in the last leg. It's the 135 there. And Ryan Branley has picked Ross Montgomery's pocket again.
Produce best finishes of his game so far.
Bullseye. And Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old sensation from Newcastle upon Tyne. Here's seemingly another one off the assembly line here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The Modus Super Series finding another young gem. His first assignment, though, is against one of the most experienced campaigners in this format, Mike Warburton, who needs just a solitary leg here to confirm his place into the semi-finals. The only way he can be eliminated from here is via a 9-dart shootout. In the commentary box for this one, Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. I'm very much looking forward to this. We saw the standout game coming so far tonight from Mike Warburton, who got here by the skin of his teeth, but he is facing the 16-year-old from Newcastle. He is the guy that has been spoken about the most this week since he arrived on the scene, and I can understand why. You look at the facts, you look at the stats, and just dropping that one game so far this week. He's played 10, he's won 9, and he has just been absolutely outstanding. I just hope we see more of it tonight.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
There's been no signs within Ryan Branley to suggest that we won't. His approach this evening exactly the same as he has the other nights, and I like the fact he says it's a bonus being here as well, and that's why I said at the top of the show that we've got to remember that this is a step up and a development, getting through a group here at the Super Series. And, well, where we heard it's a bonus before, Mike Warburton said he was free rolling tonight, said it was a bonus to be here after he thought he was going home, and he beat Robert Thornton 4-0 in the opening game, which does mean, reminder, he needs just one leg here, and he's in the semi-final. I think one of the things I've really enjoyed about these young players coming through is they just show their age. They're still young. Say Ryan Branley just sat in the back, not really engaging in the friendly banter, just eating a bag of sweets. And when Luke Littler was here, he was playing FIFA on his opening packs and sorting out his ultimate team. And, well, it would be a few FIFA packs, wouldn't it, for Ryan Branley if he was to pick up the title tonight?
140.
Yeah, very much so. And a cracking start here from Branley, as to be expected from form.
We pose questions of him, don't we, at times? And the first question tonight was, how is he going to get on
90
here on a Saturday night? Well, no problems whatsoever. He's going to carry on in the same vein that he did in his group campaign.
Yeah, and I like that. He made sure that he got at least a shot, and he was unlucky not to convert there. And Mike Warburton, you feel, needs to find this 101 just to hold his opening throw.
This were a very rare feat in darts. Very rarely do we see the 5-ton leg. I think we see more 9-darters nowadays than a 5-ton leg.
41.
But Warburton needs just one leg. Maybe about to lose his throw.
$17. Mike, you require 60.
Yeah, early chance come and gone there for Branley, so Warburton looking at 60, as we say, just for the hold, but it could prove to be an all-important hold.
Game
and a hold it is.
First leg, Mike Warburton. Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
So Mike Warburton is in the semi-finals. We now know 3 players already.
180!
Andreas Harrison and Justin Smith going through Group 1. Ross Montgomery departs. Mike Warburton going through Group 2. We have one place left. Ryan Branley or Robert Thornton. Well, he's teased us once already this week.
140.
The mind goes there because he's got that type of talent where you sort of expect.
Yeah, as you say, he's demonstrated it in abundance so far.
140.
He plays with the composure of someone who's just been kind of doing this kind of thing for a very long time. And it kind of goes back to what you were saying. It's a testament to
64.
the way that the young players coming through, how they're kind of conditioned and taught about the game.
Exactly that. Interview yesterday with Ryan, he said that exact word, and it just rung alarm bells straight away to me when he said, I got to 9 years old, then I went to my academy.
170.
Completely different world, the way this sport is developing and growing. This is why we're seeing these players coming through.
97. Mike, you require 161.
It has been a key component of Branley's game that we've seen 8 ton-plus checkouts so far this week from him. Couldn't convert the 117, but he will come back for double 10.
99.
The functionality of the finishing is what's been so strong,
20.
not letting his opponent coming back to the board. That's a great dart. Great composure, a word you used not too long ago. 2 right on the wire.
The leg, it's Mike to throw
Shifting across, breaking his rhythm. Something a lot of players don't like to do, especially in edgy situations.
100.
Yeah, and you see that with some of the, especially the older school players, where they're more persistent. They will stay in the same position and try and force their way through, as opposed to kind of sliding across the oche just to get that better angle. And as you say, it was a great dart, and yeah, threw it to very good effect.
And how much again goes down to now darts education, academies, working with coaches, working with mentors. It's sort of developed at a slow rate, hasn't it? There was nothing really for junior players. Then we had things like the county system. We had a youth county, and then a few events of dabble in youth events where you had a chance to win a certificate and a medal. Now you can win tens of thousands of pounds.
Yeah, it really has developed. I myself, and I will say, you know, especially going back with, there was kind of less of interest with younger players because they hadn't seen the like of other younger players doing the sport. And I think Luke Littler's and his effect has really kind of across all darts kind of just rejuvenated it. You're seeing more and more people sign up to the academies, and I also think Fallon Sherrick did that very much for the kind of female scene as well.
I do speak with a lot of academies, certainly on a sort of coaching, mentoring sort of basis, guidance. And the common theme with all of those academies is they are all full and they need extra days and extra venues. That is hanging in. Oh, he's staying.
Wow, that's absolutely unbelievable. And that just shows the confidence. Wasn't worried about it. Moved across the bed, found two more.
He's that good. He's picking points in the treble 20.
94. Ryan, it required 57.
Well, here's his chance to break the throw.
Just the execution of the finishes just hasn't been as sharp as what we've seen in Group C.
I think every time you go or speak to a dart player
Game
after a match, they'll always say, I should have
Warburton.
done this, I should have done that. What they mean is they could have. And by
Ryan
could
to throw
have,
first.
Ryan
Game
Branley could be 3-0 up. He's been first to a double on every single occasion. Instead, he's 2-1 down.
Yeah, you mentioned his finishing stats so far this week. It was around the 46% mark. At the moment, he's 1 from 9. He's around 11%, so way off the mark. And that's been key in how he's become so dominant in that group stage.
Yeah, we'll have a quick stats check for you. Checkouts 46.25%. That's 37 from 80. A high average of 104.53. A high checkout of 150. He qualified with a checkout of 132 on the bullseye. 12 180s. 8 100-plus finishes. And a running average over 10 games in his group campaign. Fractionally under the 90. I mean, if I'm going to put a little bit more context on his average number, and I'm going to compare that to that of we see on the PDC Pro Tour, that average would put him number 88 of the 128 tour card holders. So he's playing to a level of a tour card holder. And when we look at the person in that position, that player is James Hurrell. Someone who we know from his time here at the Super Series. But also when we look at James Hurrell's season, he's number 26 in the race for the Alexandra Palace, likely to see him at the World Championship. That is the side-by-side comparison to the numbers and the stats of Ryan Branley.
Yeah, really interesting. Throw in the mix that Jamie used to be the England captain as well. You know, he's playing to a level of someone far more experienced.
So when you put that context on it, isn't it? You can look at numbers. We've all seen numbers and averages before, but when you actually put some meat on the bones of what it actually represents, it becomes so much more impressive.
100.
Yeah, good last start there from Warburton. Leaves him on a 2-dart checkout if he gets to come back to the board.
32. Mike, you require 81.
Yeah, made sure of the single, so leaves the ball.
56.
Great
Ryan,
expression there
require
from Mike. It was
36.
very close, but not close enough. And Branley back for double 18.
No score.
And once again, the
Mike, you require
finishing
25.
prowess that we've waxed lyrical about is just deserted Branley in this group stage.
Game shown the 4 flag. Mike Warburton.
Yeah, Mike Warburton there to take full advantage and race into a 3-1 lead.
5th flag, it's Mike to throw first.
But we've seen a few 3-1 leads and we've seen
Game
them be
on.
chipped away at.
Yeah, he's a disappointed, frustrated figure at the moment, Ryan Branley. Just got to remember
100.
what a big step forward this is for Ryan. What he's achieved already this week and what he could still achieve tonight. He's still playing to a very decent level here against Mike Warburton. He's just losing out on the experience battle when it comes down to those big moments. This is the point we was trying to make, wasn't it, at the top of the show, that it is a very different vibe tonight. You're not playing for points, you're playing for pounds.
100.
Yeah, and I think you know, I hear it a lot from players. You know, they come in here, and I genuinely believe that perhaps they don't have any kind of set expectation for themselves. They want to see how they perform. But when you've then performed
137.
consistently for 2 days at such a level, yes, you want to be here, and you know you're pleased to be here. But I do still think that in the back of your mind, you will have an expectation to at least play at the same level.
And you can easily get carried away and get caught up in everything,
60.
especially when you've been playing as well as Ryan has. You'll know what it's like. You'll go to an event, you'll think, oh, I've not put a lot of practice in. I'll just see how it goes. And then you play well the first couple of games, you go, ooh, I could win this.
I actually lulled myself into that false sense of security last night and then got absolutely bashed up in the quarterfinals. So I know the feeling.
Fresh in the mind.
97. Ryan, you require 164.
It's all right. I did it in the World Championships and then played the first round and I was done. So yeah, that was a...
That's actually quite a
54.
reoccurring thing for me as well, actually.
Mike, you require
First round,
144.
Well, Mike Warburton is through this round. He's in the semi-final. And he could be going there with a fanfare. If he's able to take the 144, he can't. So Ryan Branley, 110.
100. Ryan, you require 110.
Keep the game alive to break the Warby throw. It's another dart. It's another miss. They're not by
Mike, you
far.
require
They're well thrown
44.
darts. Just the wrong side of the wire for Ryan Branley.
Game shot
But at the start of the night, the conversation was all about Ryan Branley, but now it's got to be about Mike Warburton, the man who didn't think he was going to be here. He packed his bags after losing all his games on the opening night, somehow managed to qualify, winning 3 in his Group B campaign, but he has turned up tonight. He said he was free rolling, he said he's going to be dangerous, and he is. A 4-0 win over Robert Thornton, follows that up with a 4-1 victory over Ryan Branley. Ryan Branley will be back later on to play Robert Thornton to look for a place in the semi-final. But 2 players we know in the semi-final are going to go head-to-head next. Justin Smith versus Andreas Harrison.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish a 12-dart leg.
Beautiful checkout there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one. Shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the mark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Ryan Branley's start to his Saturday night campaign didn't go to plan, defeated by Mike Warburton before the break. So he takes on Robert Thornton in Game 6, which is a loser goes home match. This is effectively winner stays on territory because Justin Smith and Andreas Harrison go toe-to-toe in Game 5. Both are through. The winner will have the advantage of the darts in the first semi-final in the commentary box. Lord Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. And I don't think you can undersell that fact that Henry's just let us know there that this is to see who will have the advantage of throw. The group winner throws first in the semi-final. I think on a night like tonight, where all you've got to do is just look at the numbers. The numbers tell us everything we need to know. Everyone is sort of in that 6-visit block. So with that in mind, throwing first in the semi-final could be vital.
Yeah, and arguably between these two especially, it was a very tentative start for both of them against Ross Montgomery. They both went 3-1 down. They both survived match darts. We won't say so much about what happened in the earlier match, but obviously they've both gone through that process. They haven't come out the blocks quick enough, in my opinion, and they just relied on luck, which they managed to find against Montgomery.
83.
Sure, we won't need to be saying much about that situation. I'm sure there'll be plenty of conversation going on social media right now regarding the Ross Montgomery moment from earlier on.
100.
Certainly across the Modus Super Series platforms. Instagram, Facebook,
22.
and X. If you wasn't with us earlier on, go check it out. It was, as I describe, oh no.
60.
It was one of those situations that you didn't actually know quite what was going on at the start. And I know I've done it, but sometimes you click in and think, yeah, that doesn't feel quite right. What have I done wrong? But
97.
no, to then think you won the match, to then do the kind of handshake thing and then it to be discounted, it's got to hurt.
Yeah, I think he'll probably be more frustrated with that
60.
moment rather than the 4 missed match darts that he had against Justin Smith. Because at least they was at the right target.
58.
Two players that have been here all week.
85.
Really making the most of their time here at the Super Series. One thing you hate is when you play a full week and you don't get to this stage, because this is the stage where it makes the week feel worthwhile, certainly on a financial element.
82. Justin, you require 60.
High at the top, so double 10.
40.
Can't find the
Andreas,
target,
you
so
require
Harrison back here
55.
for an early break.
Game
And
show
Harrison
the
does
first
find the
leg.
top target, and that is
Andreas
1-0 to
Harrison.
the Swede.
No
Second leg,
messing.
it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
There was a little bit of double trouble at times for Andreas Harrison in his opening game, but you tend to find he was more successful on the
85.
bullseye. 89 finish on the bull in the opening leg, and then start to turn it around against Montgomery when he found a 1-6-4 combination.
60.
Our biggest checkout of the night so far. We've had a couple of hundreds. Ross Montgomery with one. Justin Smith with a straight ton himself.
97.
Yeah, and these two were in that race for top place in Group A earlier on in the week, and it was Harrison that just pipped him to the
100.
post, but did it in some style, didn't he, with the kind of 1-4-1 checkout to make it 3 apiece. And I think that probably hurt Justin quite a bit, because then Harrison went on to win.
Oh, I can guarantee it did. There is a extra prize fund as well for group places, and winning Group A is the biggest paycheck
59.
of the group stages. And he was 73 points away. A potential 2-darter. Justin Smith sat waiting to come back to win the group, and Harrison
99.
monstrous finish and then went on to win the game. Then he's been eating ice creams and looking at the Spinnaker Tower for a couple of days.
140. Andreas, you require 120.
And this were 2-0, and that's a great first start. And 2-0 it is.
Game the second
That's a
leg.
120 to the 164
Andreas
saw in his
Harrison.
opening match.
Third leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
I am intrigued at what he does on his couple of days out, because I know he's qualified through Group A before, so he's seen the sights of Portsmouth, but he
100.
doesn't really let on too much. He just has his normal routine, he says.
Very mysterious man, isn't he, Andreas Harrison? I've played a Group B with him before.
97.
And normally by the end of the group, you sort of get to know each other a little bit. I'm none the wiser. And I spent the Saturday night with him as well, actually. come to think of it.
93.
Very keeps himself to himself.
Yeah, the one thing, and I think you summed it up perfectly, he does let his darts do the talking.
60.
Absolutely. He's not one of those that'll be very flashy in an interview. You won't get too many clips, shall we
90.
say, from an Andreas Harris interview, but you'll get plenty of clips from an Andreas Harrison darts match. It's normally that side of the screen we focus on, isn't it? Where the darts are
100.
landing. That's where the entertainment is with Andreas Harrison, because what he does he's very good at.
94. $100. Justin, you require 124.
Justin, first down to a finish, but not really able to shake off Harrison too much, but looking at the ball.
91. Andreas, you require 144. $58. Justin, you require 33.
Welshman drops the dart on the floor, then hits the double is the usual system we're used to.
Game show on the third leg.
Seen that somewhere
Justin
before.
Smith. Fourth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
It's ironic, isn't it, how these patterns happen?
We're talking of patterns, that's not one we're not used to seeing from Harrison. He is a big 180 hitter. First one of the match so far.
140.
We did see him hit 2 in his opener.
This has no relevance on the game of darts we're watching right now, but it's something that's intrigued me.
98.
Middle row, second seat back, blue shirt. This guy raised the 180 sign earlier on for a 171, and I've been watching him like a hawk every time there's a 180 in. He didn't raise the 180 card.
Yeah, bad form. Maybe he's got favourites in the crowd. He's just going to do it every time his favourite hits a good score.
There he is, 171 man.
The culprit. You know, like when someone's talking about you and you think they are, but you're not quite sure. I think he got that feeling then.
There'll be some friends, won't they, sending him this clip on social media. He's going to come back in a couple of weeks with a 171 card. He's going to make his own.
I like it. It's a good idea.
And if he doesn't, we'll make one ourselves.
92. Andreas, you require 123. $83.
Yeah, tidies it up nicely and we'll be coming back as Smith could only leave a 169.
137.
And isn't that always the way when you
Andreas,
leave a
require
non-finish
40.
and those first two go in? Just 1 point more.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
All three legs were on tops there for Andreas Harrison. Justin Smith just got to try and keep the concentration.
Game on.
Has been known to let his mind wander, and one thing that's very hard to do is come in and out of concentration. He can't just
60.
Relax on his laurels here and think, well, I'm through to the semis anyway. He's got to battle. He's got to keep playing every game like he needs the win.
140. $100.
Yeah, good last start, but already you feel Andreas Harrison has kind of wrestled the advantage and racing towards a 4-1 victory.
100. $57.
I feel this is a bit of a statement here from Andreas Harrison about how he just plays at that
57.
level. He didn't feel he did in his Group A campaign, but he was actually 3 points above his 12-monthly data, which maybe is a bit
59.
ominous in the fact that maybe he feels there's a little bit more in the tank. Maybe he's put something in practice and in preparation for this that we have yet to see.
100.
Well, arguably the pair had a relatively tentative opening leg, but since then it's been Harrison pretty much all the way.
89. Andreas, you require 104. $72.
Yeah, one match start come and gone. Can Justin Smith convert this 136 just to stay in the match?
3 perfect darts required.
100. Andreas, you require 32. Game shot.
Only one perfect dart required for Andreas Harrison, and he finds it. A good, solid performance from Andreas Harrison, who continues to run around that 90 mark for the week. A 4-1 victory over Justin Smith. That does not affect Justin Smith's chances. He is through to the semi-final, but the group winner in Group 1 is Andreas Harrison, and by winning the group, he will have the advantage of throw. But who will he be playing? The big story's coming up next. Ryan Branley takes on Robert Thornton in a straight shootout for the final semi-final place.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Andreas Harrison confirmed his spot at the top of Group 1, getting the better of Justin Smith by 4 legs to 1. Our final game of the group stages sees the 16-year-old sensation, Ryan Branley, in action. He's up against Robert Thornton, a twice World Seniors champion. This is effectively in a quarter-final match. The winner will head into the semi-finals, will play the next game against Andreas Harrison, whilst the loser goes home. Effectively, its winner stays on with Matthew Edgar and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thanks very much, Henry. A really intriguing dynamic to this match. Robert Thornton, as Henry mentioned, 2-time World Seniors champion against the 16-year-old lad from Newcastle, who has been so impressive so far to date. But both of them fell to the hands of Mike Warburton, and it was Robert Thornton that lost 4-0, and it was Branley that lost 4-1, and that was down to some real uncharacteristic, if I can say that, only seeing him for the last couple of days, but from what we've seen, he just struggled on the outer ring. I mean, if you consider the fact he had nearly a 90 average, but he was 1 from 13, he was around 7% on his finishes. The scoring power was there, but the finishing prowess just deserted him. He needs to find that against Robert.
Yeah, you're not going to get as many chances against Robert Thornton.
84.
The seniors champion against the youth champion. I just love those sort of dynamics and stories. But Robert Thornton seems to have regrouped, because earlier on, when he played Mike Warburton and he lost 4-0, he probably thought his chances was done. But the result that Mike Warburton did against Ryan Branley has gave him a big opportunity that maybe he thought he wasn't going to get. You lose 4-0, you think you're done.
85.
Yeah, I agree. And I think in that opening match as well, you saw so much frustration coming from Robert Thornton, especially as the match just kind of just drifted away from him. But
Robert, you require 136.
just a much more focused, regrouped version of Robert Thornton. Needing double 8.
120.
He will get another visit, Robert Thornton. Ryan Branley cannot do anything to affect the chance that Robert Thornton's got to break the throw.
Game shown the first leg. Robert Thornton.
First task,
Second leg,
possibly
it's Robert
the
to
biggest
throw
task
first.
he had to do was break the young man, and he's
Game
done it.
on.
The first time of asking. Robert now becomes favourite for the game.
Yeah, an impressive
41.
14 dart breaker throw from the Thorn. Just kind of lays down that bit of a marker to say, you know, I'm here, I'm coming for you.
100.
And this kind of round robin stage, you know, now it's a must win. That is a completely different dynamic. Robert Thornton's been here
45.
before. He's got several T-shirts, whereas Ryan, this is the first kind of experience he's had here at the Modus Super Series where he has to win a game. There's no coming back. There's no more kind of round games. I wonder if that just affects the way that you approach and think about things.
Well, the other dynamic we've got to remember is reputation now. He's going to be playing against players
98.
because Ryan's been around darts and watching darts and playing darts for about 11 years, which you wouldn't think was possible at 16, but he'd be very well aware of Robert Thornton. He'll be very well aware of the players that are in that practice room today.
96.
The only player he would have been really aware of in that Group C campaign would have been Ross Montgomery. And if we start digging and thinking, Ross Montgomery was the only player to beat him.
Yeah, very good point and well made. Sometimes you can play the player, you can play the name and not actually find a way of crossing the line.
97.
But this is solid again there from Ryan Branley, serving it up to Robert Thornton.
34.
Robert Thornton broke the throw.
Only requires 68.
Did the hard work. And now nowhere to be seen.
Game shown the second
14 darter there from Ryan Branley. That's the response we've been looking for. That's what he's been doing all week.
Game on.
Yeah, and a bit of a change of MO there, because when he's had 68 left before, he has gone the treble 16 route, 16, double 18, but that time, pin the 36 and pin the 32. I like that. If something's not quite working for you, change it up.
Yeah, just go with how you feel at the time, don't you?
140.
Sometimes people can be criticised for being too rigid in their approach. Plan A is Plan A, Plan B is Plan A better, Plan C is Plan A better.
140.
This is heating up.
$57. $131.
Robert Thornton there to
136.
pounce if he gets the opportunity, and it would be another breaker throw in this match.
58. Robert, you require 90. Game shot the third leg.
Thornton used the
Robert
placement
Thornton.
of that second dart, just lifted over the top, pinned double
Fourth
15
leg,
for the
it's
90
Robert
checkout.
to
But
throw
as I say, that's the third breaker throw so
Game
far.
on.
Yeah, no one can hold the darts.
180.
Last time Ryan Branley was broken in the match, he rallied, he found a 14 dart leg, but Robert Thornton there kicking off with
60.
the 180, and Branley is unable to find the response.
You'd normally think if a game had lots of breaks in like this that it was a nervy game. It's not. It's a quality game.
180.
It may be a perfect game. Something Robert Thornton has to his name.
60. Robert, you require 141.
That wasn't far off the target.
42.
But that was not the biggest disaster in the world. But sometimes that adrenaline, when you've gone back-to-back 180s, the adrenaline kind of pushes through you. And I think he just got a bit eager on the last one.
Well, the damage has been done here
41.
in this leg.
Robert, you require
Robert Thornton's
99.
got all the time in the world to put himself a leg away. It's a good job. He's very, very wayward. His last 3 darts have scored 10.
59.
Kind of readdress the balance slightly.
$100. Robert, you require 40.
Favourite double for Robert
Game shot the
Thornton. No
fourth leg.
problems.
Robert Thornton.
He is a game away. Even better, he's a leg
Look,
away
it's Ryan to throw first.
from winning the game.
Game on.
A place in the semi-final to complete the lineup. Andreas Harrison, Justin Smith, Mike Warburton.
140.
That's the winner of this game. Ryan Branley digging deep here.
137. Yeah, Robert Thornton would have seen fellow Scotsman Ross Montgomery racing to 3-1 leads previously and see them disappear in front.
83.
He's not going to want to have that happen, but this is a much different version of Robert Thornton from what we saw in his opening match. Much more focused, positive.
60.
That's the key point. This is not Ryan Branley dropping down and not living up to the occasion. This is Robert Thornton taking it up a notch.
98.
Ryan Branley here is averaging 93. That is above the level that he's been playing this week on a consistent basis. He's actually stepping it up.
100.
The issue he's finding is that Robert Thornton, for the majority of this, has been around the ton.
Yeah, that last leg for Thornton, 1 in 13 darts, as you say.
100.
He's just really stepped it up, and he's needed to.
$121. Ryan, you require 80.
Now pins the treble 20 and pins the
Game
double
shot
10.
the fifth leg.
Goes within
Ryan
one
Branley.
leg of making this an even match.
Sixth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Was there a weakness in the armoury of Ryan Branley in game 1? Absolutely.
81.
It was the doubles. He had 13 darts and only found 1. 12 missed. Has he put it right? Absolutely. 2 from 2. Ryan Branley.
130.
And now, serving it up to the 2-time seniors world champion, the winner of the Grand Prix, the winner of the UK Open.
45.
All of a sudden, this game is getting a different vibe.
96.
Yeah, how often do we say it? These games, they can turn around. It is a short race to 4 legs. Anything can happen. A break.
68.
As good as it is, you know, it doesn't mean the end of a match. And Ryan Branley here now putting himself in a very strong position to find another breaker throw and make it 3 apiece.
Keyword,
49.
another breaker throw. He knows he can do it. He's done it already in this game.
$59.
Robert Thornton not finding anything here.
$90.
He is first to a finish.
$140. Ryan number
Solid visit there
136.
from Robert Thornton, now really tapping on the shoulder of Branley. And Thornton will be back with 108 required for the match.
96.
For a place in the
Robert,
semi-finals.
you require 108.
Ryan Branley is going to come back to the board. He's going to get his chance to break the throw of Robert Thornton. He has yet to miss a dart at a double in this game. He's going to get 3 to level us up. He only needs the 1.
Ryan Branley.
He was 3-1 down. It looked like Robert Thornton was about to book his place in the semi-final.
Game on.
Ryan Branley takes it up a notch. We have a 1-leg shootout for a place in the semi-final.
Yeah, for me as well, regardless of what
56.
happens in this leg, the result, the composure that Ryan Branley has shown at the age of 16, it's just, for me, it's just outstanding. I mean, I've got a 14-year-old daughter, and I couldn't imagine her being that composed in a situation like this.
There is so much credit to be taken from Ryan Branley, regardless of the result of this leg.
59.
However, if it does go the way of the Thorn, I'm sure it won't feel like that until about a week's time.
58.
Thornton unable to take advantage of the 2 trebleless visits for Ryan Branley. And you feel now in the scoring stage, it's now or never.
60.
There's only so many times you can give Robert Thornton an opportunity before he cashes it in. A maximum visit. And Ryan Branley, who did so well to pull this one back, is now reliant on the man with many major titles on his CV, missing opportunities.
84.
Yeah, and opts to tee it up, and it is a sensible option. It's probably not the biggest crowd pleaser, but he leaves himself his favourite tops, and this is a key match-win opportunity for Robert Thornton.
59. Robert, you're
A happy accident there
40.
because he's left himself a finish should he get the opportunity. But Robert Thornton offers no opportunity. Ryan Branley, very good battle there from him. He was 3-1 down, he brought it back, but Ryan Branley is going to depart. Robert Thornton, the 2-time seniors world champion, shows a touch of class at the right moment with a big maximum and books himself a place in the semi-final. He completes the lineup, an average there from Thornton, 96.87. He certainly stepped it up. Ryan Branley, well, I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more from him in the coming years.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've reached our halfway point as far as the evening session is concerned. The group stages have been completed. Our final four are confirmed. Matthew Edgar and Laura Turner are alongside me in the studio to analyse what we have seen so far this evening. First of all, just some overall thoughts and observations from yourself, Matt, about what we've seen so far this evening.
It's been a really intriguing night, hasn't it? I mean, when we take a look at the players that have gone through, I don't think anyone's really stood out and said, I'm the man to beat in regards to their performances. And the players that have gone out with drama, haven't they? It's been a great night of action so far.
Does it feel like the four semi-finalists are maybe just brewing up? They maybe not got out of fifth gear as of yet?
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. I think we've seen some really, really good, strong moments. I think for the, not surprised, but the way that Mike Warburton's kind of come along tonight and actually played really solid throughout, got 2 great victories really early on, considering the route that he took to get here. I mean, I think he's probably been stand out in terms of consistency, and his finishing has been exceptional. But yeah, I still think there's gears to climb.
Well, these are the results from this evening's session. If you've just joined us here at the live lounge in Portsmouth, Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old from Newcastle upon Tyne, he was eliminated before the break in a last leg decider against Robert Thornton. Whilst in Group 1, it was Ross Montgomery that went out, courtesy of a pair of 4-3 defeats. I think it's only fair we start there. We got Matt's take on it a little bit earlier. I want to get your take on it now, Laura, and that every player at some point in their career are going to be involved in a situation like that. Unfortunately for Ross, it was on a stage like that on a night like tonight.
Yeah, and I think the other unfortunate part is, like you said, we've all gone for the wrong double, be it whether it's just straight at the double or when you're on the back of a finish. But I think the hardest thing as a player to take is when you do that and you turn round and obviously go to shake the hand, because it was also a match-winning opportunity. You go from feeling this wave of relief, thinking, yes, I've done it, I've won the match, that's your goal, to, just disappointment.
So what happened there was Ross Montgomery had 1-3-6, went inside with the last start on the 8-8, and he thought it went on the other side of the wire. So when Ross Montgomery comes back here, he's thinking 8-8 is the target. The first dart hits the outside. In a normal regulation play, this is the perfect marker. And then he hits it with dart 2. He turns around, he shakes Andreas' hand, and then I feel like that's going to, unfortunately for Ross, be a meme forever and a day. And I know that your good mate, Glenn Darton, was involved in a moment fairly similar to that.
And they're the ones that get replayed, as I said earlier on. It doesn't matter all the good things you do, it's those little mistakes that are the ones that people enjoy the most and enjoy watching. And I mean, I've watched it with a smile on my face every time I have, and I'm a bit cynical like that. I like those little moments, but it was the timing of it that was probably the harshest thing for Ross Montgomery. He nearly recovered it and turned it around, but he'll feel disappointed that he's gone out time, and that will be the moment he'll remember. He won't remember the fact that he missed 4 match darts in the game after. He'll remember the fact that he threw it away there.
In terms of Ryan Branley, he did so well to get to this point, to get to this position, even be here on Saturday night. It's only positives for him, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's all he needs to take from this. He was exceptional in his campaign in Group B. And then obviously to come here, he's made finals night. He didn't come with any expectations. He said that himself. So, yeah, he's got a lot that he can take in terms of experience and a lot to be proud of. And, he was unfortunate. It was really tight in that last match. And it was just the fact that Robert Thornton himself just stepped up his game. But in terms of consistency and levels, I think Ryan Branley has been just, very, very solid throughout.
Very much a star of the future. So much so, there's been a lot of conversation about a potential next-gen specials week here at the Susie. I suppose we'll have to keep our fingers crossed when it comes to that. But let's talk about the players that have made it through to the semi-finals. And first and foremost, the former champion, Andreas Harrison. How would you assess his progress this evening?
Exactly the same as I always do. I don't think you can really say anything new about Andreas Harrison because he doesn't do anything different. It's solid, it's consistent, it's around the 90. You know what you're going to get with Andreas Harrison. Certainly if you were sort of looking for someone as a bit of a travelling partner, he'd be the type of ideal person because you know surprises. And same again tonight. If someone's going to beat Andreas Harrison, you've got to beat him. He's going to give you nothing.
Is Andreas one of those easy but hard plays, and the fact that you know what you got to do to beat him, but to do it is very, very difficult.
Yeah, I would just say he's a hard player, if I'm honest. Yeah, okay, we know what level he's got, but the level is very good, very consistent. I think he's been slow in both his matches, really, to get going. He found himself 3-1 behind in that match against Ross Montgomery, but he's Andreas Harrison. He knows the stage. He loves it here. You know, he knows what it takes to win, not just a week, but Champions Week as well. So he's going to want more of the same, and I think, as Matt just said, I think it's going to take someone to actually beat him. He's not going to let you win.
Well, Andreas is up against Robert Thornton in the semi-finals. Two heavyweights going toe-to-toe at the Live Lounge. Where does that sound familiar this evening? I know we haven't got Liam Gallagher as a tribute at either. As far as Robert is concerned, just steady progress in that last game against Ryan. He was pushed to the hill and he came up with the answers.
I think that's underselling it. I think that was more than steady progress from Robert Thornton. Robert Thornton knew what he was up against. Robert Thornton's been around for a long time. He's seen everyone come and go. He's sat in that top 16, top 32 of the rankings, seeing everyone fly past him one way, back down the other. He's seen them all. And he's won the titles. And he knew in that game he had to be different. The focus levels were so different there for Robert Thornton. He knew he had to be at his best, and he was. He really was. For the majority of that game, he was running about the 100 average. It weren't that Ryan stepped it down, it's that Robert stepped it up.
He nearly treated us to the 9, Laura.
I know, and you know what a way that would have been, and I think that actually just goes to exactly what Matt's just said in terms of how he stepped up his game. You know, he went 6 deep in the 9, and he wasn't far off the 7th dart either. So, yeah, for me, it was just two different versions of Robert Thornton that came out on that stage tonight. The first one really didn't look comfortable, didn't look settled, and the next one knew they had a job to do. And I think coming back from a 4-0 defeat, just with the chance of qualifying, that's possibly something he didn't expect to have. So for Robert Thornton, he just needed to make the most of it, and he most certainly did.
And it's interesting that he mentioned in his pre-match interview that it took him a night to settle into Group B. Is he one of those players that maybe once he settles in, he's a dangerous player, and actually if you're going to get rid of him, you've got to get rid of him early?
I think this week's actually helped him, because I think the real key point he was trying to allude to in that is he normally plays a Group A first. And one of the hardest things to do, I call it dart lag. It's very similar to jet lag, when you've sort of played in the morning and you get used to getting up to be here for a 9:30 start. And then you get back, your tiredness is going to sort of kick in at the same time. So you're going to go to bed and then you're going to wake up sort of the same sort of time. You get used to the time at which you wake up. I sort of don't even need an alarm now to wake up. I always wake up the same sort of time. And then when you get to that point, you get to the Thursday and now you're playing at 10 o'clock. So actually, the point where you was normally going to bed, you're now being asked to start playing. So you've just got to adjust to that new time zone. This time he's come straight in on a Group B, so he hasn't had to make that adjustment, and it's working for him. And maybe now we might see Robert Thornton opt to stay out of the Group A. If he's going to win these weeks, I think the best option is to look at the Thursday and Friday.
Well, that's semi-final number 1. Semi-final number 2 is going to feature Mike Warburton in action. He used his get-out-of-jail-free card. He said he was free-rolling, and he looks like he's playing with the air of a man with all the freedom in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's making the most of the opportunity that he really didn't think he was going to have. I mean, he's obviously had to go back, unpack, because he's settling in for another evening of darts. But as you say, making the most of it. Came out 4-0 winner against Robert Thornton in the opener. And obviously there's been that hype around Ryan Branley, and that was his second match. You know, it was just kind of brushed aside in the end. Branley missed a lot of opportunities at doubles. He was only running on about 7% in the end. But Warburton, it didn't matter. It was just like head on, job needed to be done, and he's most certainly done it.
And in terms of Justin Smith, his semi-final opponent, you've been fairly critical of him at times this week. What would you make of tonight's passage for him?
I've been critical of him, but trying to be positive, trying to provide analytic feedback. And he's proved me right again. When he needed to dig deep in the opening game, he did. He dug deep, he found the goods. When he went up against Andreas Harrison, he's already qualified, nothing to be found. And that's the part where Justin Smith needs to start upping it. I think the issues he's facing, whether he realises it or he doesn't, is going to be a strength.
In terms of when he did qualify, he let out a big celebration. He mentioned in the interview that tonight could well be about securing Q School for him, securing the funding for Q School, and that actually there might be something bigger at play this evening than actually just winning the title.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of the players, especially if you're not backed by a sponsor, there is additional financial pressures. You know, it's not cheap to kind of follow your darting dream. And, You know, Matt said he's got that potential there. He's got the ambition. So, yeah, we were kind of alluding to it in commentary. Does that make you more focused? Does that make you a stronger player in the field, or can that actually be a bit of a negative? And I think it can work both ways. But for me, Justin Smith's doing enough at the moment, but he's going to need to do more because he's now finding himself in the semi-finals. There's no second chances. It's just all or nothing now.
In terms of the Final Four, how much separates them, and who do you think stands out?
Good question.
I have the occasional one, by the way.
In terms of what separates them, very little. Very, very little. This could come down to a big moment, a big finish. The advantage of throw, winning the group stages. It's going to be such small margins, and please don't ask me to pick a winner from here at the moment, I'd say.
I'll tell you what, I'll ask that question to Laura.
Oh, thanks. Nice little sideways shuffle there. Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's really difficult. I think Warby just thinks it's written in the stars. I mean, if he's lost the last two in the final here, so maybe it's third time lucky he's got into there. There's a lot of kind of superstitious things that he can draw upon. So if you're going to ask me to pick, I'll pick Mike Warburton. But honestly, any one of them wouldn't surprise me.
Well, thank you both for now. You're going to be in the commentary box for our first semi-final, which pits Andreas Harrison, a former series champion, up against the reigning double trouble champion in Robert Thornton.
Only one perfect time to finish should we get the opportunity. But Robert Thornton offers no opportunity. Ryan Branley.
Two Super Series superstars going toe-to-toe in our first semi-final of the evening. Andreas Harrison looking to win a fourth weekly title here. Robert Thornton's won the double trouble title, but is looking for his first weekly win. The victor will be the first into the final and the first with the opportunity to make it through to Champions Week. It's Sweden, it's Scotland, it's Harrison and Thornton in the company of Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, we're down to the final four. And there you see Andreas Harrison. He knows what it takes to win here in these weekly titles. He's picked up weekly titles. He's picked up the Champions Week title. And Robert Thornton, as you mentioned, did pick up the title for Double Trouble Week, but hasn't picked up a weekly title here to guarantee himself a spot in Champions Week. He said it himself, he's kind of got a bit of a monkey off his back when it comes to winning here, winning the overall week. But that week didn't get him into Champions Week. It was a specials week. And it's still, if it was me and I'd been in 9, 10 finals, however many times he's made the final and not picked one up, I think that's still going to be in the back of his mind.
He hasn't won the golden ticket yet, has he? That's the thing. He's not picked up that passage to finals night. And these two was both on finals night when they had the double trouble 2 week a couple of weeks ago. Andreas Harrison went out in the semi-finals on that occasion, 3-0 to Ted Everts. Well, we know what happened to Robert Thornton.
41.
He went on to win the title. 3-1 winner over Richie Burnett in the semi-final before turning around a 2-0 deficit to Super Ted Everts. Finally getting over the line here at the Live Lounge. I think timing could be quite an interesting topic here in this game because Robert Thornton has only just gone up there and beat Ryan Branley a matter of moments ago. Andreas Harrison's had a bit longer in the back room to sort of regroup, and I suppose this goes completely down to personal preference. Do you want a bit of time or do you want to get straight back on?
85.
How would you have favoured it if you were in this situation? Because I'm very much more for having that bit of a break and a bit of a kind of respite in between matches.
I used to be.
100.
But as things change and evolve, I now just want to get straight back on with it.
To be fair, I think that is something you need to learn and develop, especially if you're playing on the PDC, in the PDC, because they can be games just rattling off one after the other. They don't wait around for you. If you're called to a board, you have to play straight away.
You're looking 5 minutes sometimes between matches. Oh, Robert, as the call, the war cry when Robert Thornton is not happy with his performance.
Game shown the first
That's the target, that.
Andreas Harrison.
Robert Thornton just missed there to get the breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Robert Thornton knows, obviously, by throwing second, he has to find a break. It was a good opportunity for an early breaker throw, but just pulled short. And I think that's the first time that I've heard the old Robert called tonight.
Yeah, good point, actually.
134.
If we was doing our Robert Thornton bingo cards, you'd expect to mark that one off by now.
95.
I think that's a marketable venture.
I'm surprised we didn't have it on our social media, actually, before we started. Your Robert Thornton bingo card for the evening.
85. $124. $100. Robert, you require 142.
Yeah, Harrison unable to find that second treble, so Thornton here for 142.
84. $44. Robert, you require 58.
Thornton will feel like he's got a little bit of time here.
But you won't be happy with the attempts for tops.
Game
You will be happy with
second
that.
leg. Robert Thornton.
Both attempts for tops so far for Thornton have gone low, and the reason obviously we
Delegates
highlight it is
Andreas
because
to
he
throw
is
first.
a
Game
prolific
on.
tops hitter.
It can be a weakness sometimes having such a favoured double, because when you try and do everything to leave one area of the
60.
board because you believe so strongly in it, if it's not working for you, if you start pulling it low, like Robert Thornton is, and you haven't got
98.
that tool on the tool belt on the evening, it can strongly affect the confidence.
I think the thing with tops is
58.
I kind of sometimes talk about like the lie of a dart and the level of the level of the dart, and sometimes you can have the dart perfectly straight, but with tops you have to find the right level. If it's double 10 or double 16, you can
99.
kind of I just feel like you've got a little bit more leeway, but with tops you have to have the perfect level, and if you're pulling them short, that you need to adjust it very quickly if you're going to persevere with the target.
97.
As highlighted by those old computer games, if you remember, you also want to use double 6 or double 11. You never miss those.
100.
Absolutely, I do remember those.
$100.
Well, here's the opportunity for a player like Robert Thornton. He will sense this chance.
$140.
He drives home the opportunity. He's first to a finish. It's a gettable finish. He'll be expecting at least a dart. You'd expect it to be at his favoured tops. Can he put it right?
And it is tops, and he does put it
Game
right.
on the third leg. Robert Thornton.
I think everything I said there was a question. Can he? Can he? Can he?
Fourth leg,
Robert
it's
Thornton
Robert to
takes
throw
that and lets
first.
out a big yes
Game
with a
on.
fist clenched. It's as if he says, I've got your answers, pal.
$57.
Yeah, and totally understandable reaction. It wasn't far off the treble bed, but you want to make the most of it when you find the break, when you need the break, and then you don't to actually capitalise on it.
180.
It hurts, and that would have hurt even more.
$140.
Seems up for the fight, doesn't he? Robert Thornton. Andreas Harrison, even on finals
95.
night, even in the semi-final, even in this situation where he's 2-1 down, is still toying with the idea of that really funky 9-darter.
66.
To do that, he'd have to hit a 180, which he did. A 171 using the 19s, which he was attempting.
85.
And then he'd have gone for the 3 bullseyes. maybe there's a time and place for things, and I'm not sure this is it.
What, 2-1 down in the semi-final? I would tend to agree.
60.
In a race to 4.
Andrea Chiracquois, 141.
But I do agree. You're right. I think if he left the 150, he would be
89.
going 3 balls.
Oh, absolutely. There'd be no other reason to have done the 19s. Andreas Harrison and Connor Scott in a race to see who can do it first.
Andrea Chiracquois, 52. Game shot on the 4th leg. Andreas Harrison.
We now go down to a best of 3.
5th leg, it's Andreas to throw
Both players
first.
found to break a
Game
throw,
on.
so they know they are capable.
Yeah, and it's one of those matches so far. I know we're only on the 5th leg, but it's a bit of a
59.
doubling masterclass. Harrison 2 from 2, 100%, and Thornton 2 from 4 at 50%, but limited opportunities and both very well taken.
140.
Yeah, high quality darts. Robert Thornton carrying on like he did in that game against Ryan Branley, averaging 97
59.
after the first opening 4. Andreas Harrison was in the mid-90s going into this leg, but back-to-back troubleless visits have done 2 things. They've brought that down, but most importantly, they've let Robert Thornton back in for a potential second break. I always say the best time to break the throw, in my opinion, is this leg.
100.
Break the throw, you go 3-2 up, you walk straight down the hockey, leave your opponent at the back of the stage pondering life for a good
59.
30 to 40 seconds. And you just get to control the moment, control the stage.
Would you still walk down the hockey? You would go off to the side, or you totally dominate the actual...
You've got to walk down the hockey. You say, this is my hockey.
Have you ever done the walking down the hockey and it actually not being your
41.
throw? I have done
Yes,
that.
Andrea
yes,
Chiracquois,
absolutely.
143.
He nearly done it again.
Robert Chiracquois, 126.
Earlier on in the week, he was looking a bit backs to the wall and pulled out a 1-4-1. That's a slip. That's a mistake.
86. Andrea Chiracquois,
Yeah, he
32.
recovers well, Robert Thornton, but is it a bit too little too late in this leg?
Game shot
Yeah,
the
it is
5th leg.
Harrison that now
Andreas
takes that advantage.
Harrison.
Last start in hand, it
Sixth leg,
hurts
it's
so
Robert to
much
throw
more
first.
because you
Game
just
on.
start to become aware. You hear the 2 darts miss, then you're looking at the board, seeing what's left. You're on your favourite.
134.
You start to get excited, you start to dream, and it all gets snatched away.
Yeah, it does feel a bit mean, doesn't it? Just making you're making them wait
58.
for it. You start to believe, don't you, that you're coming back?
When it gets down to that last start, you almost feel it's a 50-50 chance it's
60.
in or it's not.
$98.
Henry Aspin was in the studio, didn't he? About the night of Andreas Harrison, and we said what we
83.
expect it to be, and it's there again. This is just what Andreas Harrison does. So steady in his performance at a very, very high level.
46.
You do feel that at some point within his career, he's going to get time on the Pro Tour.
100.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he didn't. He's, as you say, he's just that consistent performer, averaging again around the 90 mark. And Robert Thornton
96.
dominating
Robbie
this
Buck,
leg, but for me,
124.
Robert Thornton is probably the most improved from the first match through to what we're seeing now.
92.
Lays it up well. And I wouldn't be surprised if all games from this point go the distance.
87. Robert Chiracquois, 32.
Double 16 for Robert Thornton to send us the distance in the opening semi-final.
24.
You hear that cry of Robert once again because he's opened up a match-winning chance here for Andreas Harrison.
He
just couldn't take it, so Thornton back for 8 for 3 apiece.
Game shown the 6th flag.
One match start has come and gone for Andreas Harrison. Wasn't able to convert the 116, and we now go once again for Robert Thornton to a last leg shootout. He was against the darts against Ryan Branley. Found a maximum when he needed it the most. You feel he may need similar here.
100. $85.
Yeah, good last start there from Robert Thornton. Had to adjust after the second.
Barely anything in the ton plus columns to separate the pair. Nothing of any significant notice. However, something I have been banging on about all week is that switch to the 19s when you've only got the one treble 20. Andreas Harrison still 9 darts away. A 180 would mean he does not reach a finish. Those things just need to smarten up in deciding legs.
55.
Yeah, well, board management is something that we talk about more and more as the game, as the sport has progressed, and it's those players that are very good at it that seem to be, you know, that you just put yourself in a better position to have a chance at either the ball or a finish or something.
Yeah, playing the percentages, give yourself the best opportunities.
$57.
Well, it's Robert Thornton here, who's down to a finish first, but Andreas Harrison is down to a much better one with that visit.
Second maximum of the game for Andreas Harrison, but the most important one.
56. Andreas, you require
Sarcastic round of applause for Robert Thornton, who feels the job is done, and it is.
Andreas Harrison!
Robert Thornton came through Group 2 at the expense of 16-year-old Ryan Branley, but he is not able to find a place in the final. He goes out to Andreas Harrison, the winner of the Group 1 campaign. His night has been perfect so far. Ross Montgomery and Justin Smith, the victims in the groups. And now Robert Thornton goes on the scalp list. Andreas Harrison is the first man into the final, but who will he be playing? Will it be the free-rolling Mike Warburton or Justin Smith?
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final. Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Marvin is the man.
Welcome back, and Andreas Harrison once again is into the final here at the Modus Super Series. He's got the better of Robert Thornton in a last leg decider. Laura Turner is alongside me here in the studio to talk all about it. Andreas missed the opportunity to win it 4-2. Thornton took it all the way to a decider, but in that last leg, Andreas looked in control of proceedings.
Yeah, it was one of those strange ones. It was a bit back and forth, to be fair, and it was key moments, but Andreas dug something out from somewhere and did just enough. But I think, for me, Robert Thornton, it was another one of those games, as we kind of alluded to earlier, that could have just gone either way, and it's the Swedish guy that's come out on top.
Well, talking about digging it out of the fire, the 180 followed by the double. It was a superb passage of play, this. The darts of a champion in the championship rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. To be under that kind of pressure, Robert Thornton, it was already down to a finish. Harrison had to hit something and, to dig out a 180, to leave yourself on double four at a key moment, at a match-winning moment. He's created that and he's taken it. And, it was very, very impressive from him.
Into another final, and once you're there and you've won a few, you get used to this feeling, don't you?
Well, you want to get used to the feeling. You want it to happen again and again, I'm sure. But yeah, he knows what it takes to win. He's not nervous. He's not edgy. And he's just got that game which is so consistent. You don't expect him to average much more than a 90 or much less than a 90. He's always going to be there or thereabouts. And he just showed once again that he's not going to give you any chances. He's not going to give you opportunities. Even when you feel comfy in a leg, he's just going to come for you. So yeah, I'm sure he's going to be after that winning feeling again.
Semi-final number 2 sees Mike Warburton and Justin Smith go toe-to-toe. It's a battle of two Welsh stars here at the Live Lounge, and let battle commence.
Andreas Harrison is the one that sinks in. How ironic.
Two Welsh Rizzers jousting it out here on the Live Lounge stage for the right to face the Super Swede at the Super Series, Andreas Harrison in the final. Both players have made it through to a Champions Week before. Both players lost in a final in the previous season. In fact, the 3 players still left in play lost in a final in Series A. It's Warburton, it's Smith in the company of Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Really looking forward to this game. Mike Warburton has been saying all night that he's feeling free-rolling due to what happened to him in his Group B campaign. Justin Smith has been brilliant at times this week, and certainly brilliant in the head-to-head clashes when he's been taking on Mike Warburton. They'll go at it one more time this week for a place in the final. And, well, Henry normally asks you for the predictions, Laura. I'm going to take a page out of his book. What do you think's going to happen here?
Game on!
Look, any outcome is possible, and with these two playing, I actually see any possible outcome. I just kind of like the way that Mike played his first 2 games tonight. So if he can maintain something around that level, then I think he is going to be really difficult to beat. He kicked off with a 90, well, nearly a 97 average in that 4-1 win over Robert Thornton, then backed it up with a 4-1 win over Ryan Branley. He just looked comfortable, looked confident,
93.
took his chances, but his finishing for me was exceptional. He was 80%. He was 4 from 5 in his first match, and he was 4 from 6 in his second match. And that, to me, they're the key factors that win you matches. It's all well and good setting up the chance, but if you can't take it, you're not going to win anything. And if Warby can maintain that, then I think he's going to really put some pressure on Justin Smith. But I agree with you, Smith has just got so much to offer.
Feels like a long time ago since we've seen Mike Warburton. When we take a look at the timings, Mike Warburton's last game was game number 4 when he played Ryan Branley. Since then, we've had 2 further group games. We've had a break between the group and the semi-finals. We've had a semi-final clash. So it's been off the hockey for around about an hour, if not slightly more, has Mike Warburton. Which, we were speaking in the last game, do you want some time or do you want to get straight back on it? how much of the time that Warburton
92.
spent in the back room, and he opened up yesterday in his interview to allude to the fact that he has been struggling as of late with a little bit of tennis elbow.
Yeah, it's a good point, well made. Sometimes it can feel when you've had a big break that you're almost kind of,
81.
you're not starting again, but you've done the warm up, then you've played a couple of rounds, and then all of a sudden you feel like you've got to warm up all over again. And I guess it's that kind of scenario that can happen.
60.
But they've got practice facilities out the back. You would have been aware that that gap was there, so it's kind of down to the player of how they manage themselves out in the back room.
Absolutely. But you can certainly just lose that little bit of focus, can't you? Because you can't stay focused in the back room for an hour.
100.
Although sometimes the way that
Justin, you
Warby stares at the board, I think he could
156.
maintain that focus for quite some time.
So what you're saying is you don't want to play Mike Warburton in a staring
Mike, you require
competition.
105.
I'd like to see him versus Christoph Ratajski. I'm not sure who'd win. I still think Ratajski, actually. I don't think I can recall seeing him blink.
There's a battle I never thought I wanted to see
89.
until now.
Justin, you require 56.
In the battle here in the semi-final. Justin Smith just taking a moment.
46.
It doesn't suit Justin Smith, does it?
Mike, you require
Just taking that little bit extra
16.
time. I thought if someone was going to suck the pace out of this game, it was going to be Mike Warburton. Justin Smith maybe just overthinking it, trying to be deliberate.
Game shot on the first leg.
Missed the opportunity to
Mike
get the break.
Warburton.
Yeah, and interesting that it wasn't
Second is Justin to throw
the
first.
most epic
Game.
of legs, but it was a holder throw, and Mike was under pressure and no reaction. Sometimes Warby is one of the players that you will see quite a big reaction from, but
140.
absolutely nothing. This is him probably looking at regaining that focus that you said might have just been lost slightly in the back room.
$140.
This would be some story. If Warburton is to win this week, it would be one of the biggest turnaround. Not one of. Let's rephrase that. It
100.
would be the biggest turnaround story we have ever seen at the Super Series. And we use examples. We often talk about Scott Walters when he won 5 games in Group C, then lost 5 games the next day. Now also known as the
100.
Mitchell. We talk about Graham Usher, who a couple of years ago, before he picked up his PDC Tour card, finished bottom of Group A
45.
and went on to win the week. Is Mike Warburton going to have his own name against a sequence of events that we discuss weekly for the next couple of years?
43.
Oh, yeah, you've got a few elements to it as well, haven't you? You've got the fact that he lost every game in his first night in his Group C stage. Then, Group B stage. Then you back it up
60.
with the fact that he went through on just 6 points. I'm liking this, by the way. You next, Matt, for a bit of a touch-up?
$140. Justin, you require 156. $60.
Look, you see everything here
Mike,
at the
you
Super
require
Series. So,
78.
and including top-quality darts as Warburton looks to go 2-0 in front. 78 required.
Game shot on the second leg. Mike Warburton.
Well, he's getting the red on the lips, and Warby's in the
It's
reds.
Mike to throw first.
Red on the tops, red on the tens.
Game on.
All working out quite well here for Warby, who, when we actually take a look at his night, he's only lost 1 leg so far out the 11 he's played.
100.
Maybe we're jumping into conclusions here. Maybe he's having his face painted like a dartboard, and he'll have like green cheeks.
100.
Maybe, but I'm not sure.
140.
Tell me you want to be on the telly without telling me you want to be on the telly.
Remember your first night out, dear Laura?
140.
Amongst all that, though, very, very serious game of darts going on. Where Mike Warburton is racing to the final. He thought he'd be at home now watching this. He may be throwing in the big money match.
60.
Yeah, just a bit of loss of form and a couple of throws there for Justin Smith.
121.
He's doing everything he possibly can to try and stay in touch, but Warby's just power scoring through.
$97.
Absolutely brilliant from Mike Warburton.
139. Mike, you require.
And this isn't a
24.
standout performance from Warburton. This isn't stepping it up. This is what he's been doing all night.
Game shown the third leg. Mike Warburton.
He started with a 4-0 victory over Robert Thornton,
Full
two-time
just into
seniors
third
world champion. He backed it up with a 4-1 over Ryan Branley,
Game on.
who all eyes was on this morning and this afternoon and this evening across social media until the games, through the games. Now he's 3-0 up against Justin Smith. He's dropped us one leg. He's been clinical.
He's playing like a person that. And we go back to the fact that
60.
we still don't quite know how he made it through the group stage. And it's like it was, and we've said it before, he's kind of fated to be here. He's not worried about anything because
41.
You know, he's meant to be here and he's meant to win it, and it doesn't matter. So he's just going to relax, play his best stuff because he's going to win anyway.
I actually like what he said in the studio yesterday. He was up here saying, I'm not one who normally likes to moan about things, and then he opened up about the fact he's been struggling a little bit with the elbow.
85.
I'm someone who really watches techniques and throws, and it's something I sort of picked up on and sort of scrutinised through the week and said about,
58.
and he sort of alluded to the reason that was there. And sometimes when you just open up to what the problem is, you almost feel you're not hiding anything anymore. And a lot of times people won't make comments like Mike Warburton did because they don't want to appear weakness to their
100.
opponents. They don't want to show that there's an issue. But I think they probably all saw that there was potentially an issue, or maybe saw the weakness in the league table after the first day.
58.
So he had nothing to hide. He had nothing to sort of play cards to the chest. And I think there's a lot to be said about that from Mike Warburton and what we're seeing this evening.
100.
He kind of saying like he's got it off his chest, so to speak. It's out there in the open. He hasn't got to worry about it anymore. I mean, obviously, if it plays up, then that's something completely different. But it seems to be
135.
held at bay very well tonight.
Mike, you require 156.
He's let us all know what to expect. Justin Smith looks like a beaten man, doesn't he, at the back of the stage? Nothing going his way. He's playing a good friend here in Mike Warburton.
100.
He's just serving it up.
Justin, you require 69.
He's got a chance here. I mean, he's only actually had 2 chances at the double so far in this match. Should get at least one. And it will be at double 7.
Having a little dry off of the fingers, making sure he gets the grip on the dart just how he wants it. Wow. What a dart, Justin Smith. Nothing's gone his way. But he's dug deep at the most important time. That is a quality I've been asking to see in Justin Smith all week. Show us a bit more.
$60.
Yeah, and obviously you've been watching him all week, and I think from what I can kind of pick up, it's he can do something really amazing, but doesn't do it consistently enough to go to that next level. It's the loss of concentration, loss of focus. It's almost like, you know, certain players you see it from. When you've got the back, when they've got their back against the wall, they can produce their best stuff, and then as soon as they get their foot in front, just kind of step off the pedal slightly.
60.
Certainly we want to see a bit of fight from Justin Smith. And he's got to show it now, because Mike Warburton has the win in his sights. He can sense a place in the final.
140.
But you don't need no analysis of this. You just need to look at the scoreboard, and you can see very, very clearly what the problem is here. Justin Smith completely being outscored, finding nothing. And that gives Mike Warburton all the time he needs.
And for me, he's just playing with this kind of air of freedom, this confidence. But it's got that kind of fine focus that goes alongside
60.
it. And now a real
Mike
solid match-winning opportunity.
61.
How many darts does he need is probably the only question we're going to ask here. And the answer has been delivered. The answer is 2. Justin Smith has had a great week here at the Super Series. He's put in some big performances, but he bows out by a score of 4 legs to 1 to Mike Warburton. Mike Warburton was bottom of Group B with 0 points going into Friday's play. He is now in the final. He says he's free rolling. He is finding the best darts he has done all week. Can he produce it once more? We'll find out when he takes on Andreas Harrison in our Week 2 final.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have a repeat of the final from a couple of series ago as Andreas Harrison and Mike Warburton go toe-to-toe. They've already met in a final once here at the Live Lounge. They do battle again in around about 10 minutes' time. Matthew Edgar and Laura Turner have been watching both semi-finals in the commentary box. We'll get the assessment of you, Matt, because we spoke to Laura at the end of semi-final number 1, and just get your assessment of how Andreas Harrison played.
The big moment The big moment, the 180 in the last leg. What a shot that was. We saw Robert Thornton do that to Ryan Branley. It was a sort of seesawing game, opportunities presenting themselves, who was going to grab it. That 180 did just that. It gave him the cushion, it gave him the luxury of time, and he cashed it in at the end. Andreas Harrison, we said the only way to get past him is to beat him. And to beat him, I think you've got to be 93 plus.
In moments like that, are they the darts that only a top player can provide when you consider the pressure?
They're players that don't deal with pressure. When you're playing regularly, and you're playing tournaments regularly, like Andreas Harrison is, and you're in a flow and you're in a cycle, those sort of shots, you don't feel, it's just part of a continuum. And that's where Andreas Harrison is right now. And he believes every time he comes here he's going to win. You can tell. The second he walks in, he thinks this is his. And, well, he's one game away now from doing it again.
Andreas Harrison through, Mike Warburton is alongside him. These are the results from the semi-finals and the results from the night altogether. Ross Montgomery and Ryan Branley departed in the group stages. Andreas Harrison beat Robert Thornton in a last leg decider. And our second semi-final saw Mike Warburton and Justin Smith go toe-to-toe. And it was Warby that won the battle of the Welshman by 4 legs to 1. And it just felt like Warby just had that extra firepower in that game.
Yeah, he's just very, very consistent. We had a conversation about the fact that whether having that kind of big break that he had would really affect him. And I really don't think it did in the end. He maybe took a few throws to settle down, but as soon as he'd done that, really didn't look back. Didn't give Justin Smith any real opportunities at the outer ring. Got that one leg on the board by, 7-7 in the end in that checkout. But for me, it was just Warby all the way. It was his to lose. By the time he was kind of 3-1 up, it just felt like a done deal.
Could it be one of those name-on-pot-lad moments of Mike Warburton this week?
Oh, could you imagine? I spoke about in commentary, like, we name things, don't we? The Mitchell, the Walters, all different songs. The Warby, what would we call it? Is it the coming from nowhere to win a week? Is it being bottom of the group and somehow qualifying? There are so many parts of this story and so many layers to it. It's like peeling back an onion.
He didn't win a game on night 1 of Group B. That's what's so spectacular about this situation.
Well, yeah, and he said it very clearly himself. He really didn't expect to even make finals night. That was a bonus in itself, considering that, out of all the games he played, he only won 3. He only picked up 6 points. We normally say 8 points is the kind of target to get through. But when you kind of factor that in with the idea that he didn't win a game, as you say, it's a bit outrageous if I'm honest. And if he goes and wins it, then yeah, I think you're gonna have to dub it something.
Well, this is how it started for Mike Warburton. This is the table at the end of night 1. Bottom of the table, 0 points, -7 in terms of legs difference. So that's how it started, and this is how it's going as far as Mike Warburton is concerned, because he snuck in at the back stick. Effectively, a win for Martin Adams against Tommy Morris helped him en route. Warburton won the last game of last night's session. He snuck through to the final. An incredible turnaround, as you can see there. He takes on Andreas Harrison, 2 players whose routes have been completely contrasting this week, Matt.
Tip of the iceberg, what you just said there in regards to the needed results with Martin Adams and Tommy Morris. That is just literally the end of the road. That's what we focus on the most, because that was the moment where it goes one way or the other. To even get to that point, I've kind of looked at the results and the possible permutations. There was 10 games last night. To even get in the scenario where we have Mike Warburton in, I estimate that 7 of those 10 games had to go a certain way for Mike Warburton to have qualified. So it just goes to show how unlikely it is that he's even throwing darts here tonight. And at no point tonight has he ever really looked flustered. He's won his games convincingly. There have been strong scorelines. There have been performances that he's not been playing like all week. All week have been critical, clustering together trebleless visits. Not tonight. Different animal.
Andreas Harrison, though, doing Andreas Harrison things, closing out in style. We spoke about that 180 to leave double 4. We can see it there on the screen now. To do that in a last leg decider when your back is against the wall, that is what a champion does.
Yeah, 100%. I think, though, if you compare Harrison's route, as you say, to Warburton's, they've been completely different. And for me, Harrison's looked the more vulnerable of the 2 players. I don't know if he's going to get those kind of chances against Mike Warburton if Mike carries on doing what he's doing. Matt said you're going to need a kind of 93, 94 average to beat Harrison from what we've seen tonight, and that's what Warby's been doing. So I think for Harrison, he needs to kind of find those kind of scores earlier on. Don't just leave it till right at the last minute, because he's done that on a couple of occasions tonight. And because I just don't see him able to coming back to the Oki as frequently against Mike Warburton tonight.
Well, our final is between Andreas Harrison and Mike Warburton. That takes place in around about 5 minutes' time, but we get the action back underway Monday morning. Week 3 starts in earnest.
Double 12. Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox.
Yeah, it's almost lost its special nature now, hasn't it? Now we need to see 2 9-darters in a game. But what a shot that is from Paxton.
I'm all hot, aren't I? Oh, it couldn't have been much better that first start. Come on, Andy. Give us a big fish on your birthday. Oh, that's a belter. It's equalising. He will ask a very stiff question. However, this is a match-winning opportunity, and it is at the ball for the first one of the week.
Hair-raising stuff. A little bit of a sluggish start from McEwen here. This could be a spectacular start from Shane. Oh, he's got to go for it. He's got to go for it. He's found it. What a way to announce his presence.
This is slim pickings now. It's on though. And it's there.
On the full flag, John O'Shea.
Bit of a who's who at the Super Series playing next week. Bram Van Dijk, Bradley Roos, Carl Snead, Adam Paxton, Andy Hamilton, John O'Shea in Group A. Group C is going to see the debut of James Howard. Been a few years away from him, so we're looking forward to seeing how he does in action. Whereas Group B sees David Wazutski, Lee Cox and Shane Hayward in action. First things first, Adam Paxton, you were here the last time he played and he won his week. His doubling in particular was absolutely superb. And not just that, he won probably the toughest week of the last season when you consider Wesley Plaisir, Cam Crabtree, Andy Bolton, Mike Warburton. We're just scratching the surface of big names.
And do we now have to consider Adam Paxton in that role of honour? When we look at that week and we look out for the names, do we have to say Adam Paxton now? Absolutely, he's won a week here. And he did it well. It wasn't just like he stumbled over the line. Adam Paxton was brilliant that week. And one of the things I enjoyed about Adam Paxton was just seeing him grow in confidence. As the week went on, he had a bit more swagger about him. Didn't really care how he was sort of perceived. The chest was back, the shoulders back, chest out. I really liked what I saw from Adam Paxton. He really did show confidence. And I think we're going to see that again.
James Howard, it's been a few years away for him. Won or did well in the World Youth Championship when he was a youngster. He played in the Grand Slam of darts, played in a World Match Play early on in his career. We don't know too much as to how the form is, but for him, maybe after a few years away, he's thinking maybe we give this sport a go again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as players, you know, sometimes you do want that break naturally. If things aren't going well, if you don't love this sport, it's really, really difficult. You have to throw everything into it. So hopefully the break's kind of just seen him well. He's got the bug back. You know, maybe that Luke Littler effect that we've spoken about on so many occasions before, you know, wants a bit more of the action once again. So, yeah, what a great place to see him back, you know, here, gets that stage experience back in front of some cameras. Really interested to see how he gets on.
Monday morning, 9:30 on the Super Series YouTube channel. But before all of that, we have got a final for you, and it sees Andreas Harrison and Mike Warburton go toe-to-toe. These two have met before in the big finals. Andreas Harrison that won it a couple of series ago. Can that go into the thinking of Mike Warburton possibly?
I would normally agree on normal circumstance. This isn't a normal week. This isn't a normal journey. Mike Warburton thought he was done. He's not going to be looking at this now going, well, so many months ago this result went against me. No, that doesn't matter now. This is a different scenario, different dynamic. It's all on the moment.
Well, both players practicing there. For Andreas Harrison, he's been here. He's done it so many times, Laura. For a lot of players, getting to the final is a big occasion. But for Andreas, this is almost par for the course that he gets to this stage of a Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. And, he has also suffered defeat here. Obviously, when he came back, he couldn't defend his Champions Week title because he lost here on this stage against Richard Rowlands. So he also knows what it feels like to be that close and just be pipped. So, there's a lot for both these players to play for. They just want that golden ticket. They want to come back here. They want to be in Champions Week. And, I can see it going either way. So, be interesting to see how it plays out tonight.
Warburton's won the ball. How key could that be?
Oh, it could be massive. There's barely anything to separate the players tonight. If anything, Warburton's been producing the higher levels. So now knowing he's only got to go up there and defend his throw. Only got to defend his throw. Sounds easy, doesn't it? Absolutely. But it is a big, big factor in a race to 4.
Well, thank you both. We'll let you get into the commentary box and describe the final in its entirety. It's Andreas Harrison and Mike Warburton. Rivalries renew on the live lounge stage.
Fantastic round of applause for Robert Thornton. He feels the job is done, and it is. The only question we're going to ask here, and the answer has been delivered. The answer is
It's Warburton against Harrison to see who is going to be the second player through to Champions Week in Series 9 here at the Modus Super Series. Harrison has been there, he's done it, he's worn the t-shirt on multiple occasions. Mike Warburton has a series success and lost in the last 2 finals that he's played, including one to Andreas Harrison. His 3rd time the charm for the Welshman, who said in his own words he is free-rolling after a disastrous Thursday and a Friday night which was timed to perfection. He takes on Harrison, the experienced campaigner, pretty much the toe-to-toe proverbial winner here. If he wins here, including Champions Week, it'll be 5 titles in this building. And in the commentary box, 2 people with 9 titles on the WDF circuit combined, Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Stories everywhere here in the final, but the story that we're going to be focusing on is who is going to be the second name to lift that trophy and put themselves into Champions Week.
Game on!
Darius Labanauskas is already there. Andreas Harrison or Mike Warburton will be joining them in round about 10 minutes' time.
60.
Yeah, there's just been something, hasn't there? I would almost say, not for the whole campaign for Mike Warburton, but for today, there just seems to be, I don't know, some kind of hyper focus. He's just, he's here. We didn't expect him to be here, and now he really is. Maybe he is just free rolling, like he said.
100.
Regardless of what happens here, Mike Warburton, in reflection, is going to be mightily proud of how this week has gone.
59.
But he could have another week at the Super Series very, very soon in 2024. I think there's a real big carrot as well in regards to the timing of Champions Week this time around, coming up at the back end of the year, going into the Christmas break and the festivities. Would be quite a nice little Christmas bonus, wouldn't it? £25,000.
Yeah, really would. But as you say, it's that time of year when if you are invested in the sport, if you want to be playing darts, you want to be playing around that time.
Oh, absolutely. And there's a lot of opportunities at the back end of this year.
60.
PDC World Championships, Lakeside, the ADC Global Championship that will be taking place on that very stage at the conclusion of our Champions Week.
58. Mike, you require 160.
A very subdued game so far, isn't it? Both players wanting to go about this at their own pace, trying to be very deliberate, trying to make very little mistake.
60.
Andreas Harrison staring at the scoreboard, shaking his head. Probably feels this whole leg's been a mistake so far.
I think it's been a bit of a theme for Harrison throughout the evening. He hasn't lost the game, but
Mike, you require
he was 3-1 behind in his first match. Found a way of coming back 4-3. Had the same. He had the same in a semi-final against Robert Thornton.
Game
And there you
shot
see
the
it.
first
Break a
leg.
throw early on for Mike Warburton. You look at that in the complete contrast. Mike Warburton's dropped 2
Second leg,
legs
it's
all night.
Andreas to throw first. Game on.
1 leg to Justin Smith, 1 leg to Ryan Branley. That's all he has lost. It's been Mike Warburton's night up until now.
140.
But you do feel, and you do know, that Andreas Harrison is going to hit back. Justin Smith, the bearded dragon, who went down in the semi-final to Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 1 in the audience, cheering on his fellow Welshman.
60.
There's been some good camaraderie between the pair this week. I'm sure we'd like to see Mike Warburton's name on a weekly title.
140.
I would say when you have a nickname which relies on a constant feature of your face, you're kind of committed not just to being the bearded dragon, but also having a beard for the rest of your life. A bit like maybe Jim Williams, the Quiff. I mean, if he changed his hair up, people wouldn't know who he was anymore, obviously.
A very valid point.
55. $100.
Well, following that early break from Warburton is Andreas Harrison,
81.
who's looking once again to break straight back. Harrison's played tonight like a person that kind of needs to be put under that pressure to perform at that kind of top level that we expect from him.
We know Andreas Harrison likes to play at a slightly slower pace, but I don't think this is really suiting either at the moment.
$55.
Well, that was a wayward dart. That could make things a little bit messy here for Andreas Harrison. We go into those odd digits. The breakdown is not as kind. Mike Warburton has set himself up on range. He's just took out the 100, finishing the opening leg. No problems whatsoever for Andreas Harrison. No drama. 2 solid holds.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
And with that, 2 solid holds, no real challenge of the throw yet. The longer that story goes, the more that question that Henry Deacon asked a moment ago.
45.
How important is Mike Warburton winning the bullseye? Well, every single leg that passes, the importance on the ball just increases.
180.
And there we see first 180 of the match, and it does go the way of Andreas Harrison.
$60. $59.
And I have to say, all the times at Harrison that I've seen him here at the Super Series, you can't deny that he's just one of those just extraordinarily consistent players. You don't win as many weeks, you win a Champions Week if you don't have that level of consistency. But he has got the extra gears. But I will say, Mike Warburton is letting him play because he's way off the pace from what we've seen from him tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. A drop in performance for Mike Warburton so far. He's still in the game at this point. We're still in the real meat of the match. Andreas Harrison, though, appears to be making his move.
140.
He landed a very telling maximum, didn't he, in the last game, Andreas Harrison, in the deciding leg.
65.
And it felt like it was a decisive maximum at the start of this one in reply to the 2 troubleless visits from Mike Warburton, but since then, has found nothing as Andreas Harrison is letting Warburton get back into the leg. Did the hard work, got his nose in front.
60. Andreas Shabakwaya, 140.
But I think it kind of goes back to what you were saying. It just feels like a very tentative match between the pair. Obviously, there's a lot on the line, but also the pace. That in itself, it all just feels a bit delicate. They need to grow it up a little bit.
It is non-existent, the pace, and yeah, I like it. Girr it up. It's one thing we'll get from Mike Warburton. Certainly if he takes out this shot. Expect a bit of grr.
80. Andrea should require 20.
Oh, that's inviting, isn't it? Expecting. Surprising.
10. Mike, you require 16.
Yeah, I thought that double 10-hand Andreas' dart written all over it, but not to be, just on the inside. So
game
a net off there, and it is Mike Warburton that takes the 2-1 lead. Kind of an approved nod from Justin Smith in the crowd.
How many lives does Mike Warburton have this week?
Yeah, he's gone beyond Cat. He's got to have more than 9 so far. Like you say, he had 7 of them just relying on other people's results.
Then relying on the miss from Andres. So it just continues, doesn't it? Mix that in with some quality and class. A little bit of timing.
41.
I'm sure if Chris Mason was here, he'd be quoting the old Dennis Priestley line about your name being on the trophy.
100.
But yeah, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of rhythm out there at the moment, does it? It's all
41.
Trying to be very deliberate.
Now, when you get to this point, you know, when you get to finals night, you want to be saving your best, and we've obviously said that for in terms of the rest of the week, this has been Warby's best performances consecutively through the night. But just this final hurdle for both of them just feels like it's that a little bit hard to climb.
$80.
Inviting. That's where he wants it, just on the bottom wire. Darts lie flat, and a beautiful setup play there from Andreas Harrison. Down to a double after 12. Are we now going to start going through the gears? Are we going to get into the business end of the game?
36.
Everyone's sticking around to see how this one concludes.
Andreas Harrison.
Andreas Harrison was the man who put Ross Montgomery out earlier on, and he's sat around to see if Andreas Harrison can go all the way.
It's like you say, in the back room, these players, they develop that kind of camaraderie. You know, when you're together as players for that length of time, you know, you do want to kind of cheer on and support your fellow players.
95. $60.
Yeah, for me, this feels like one of those matches is
60.
Who's going to hold on? Who's not going to make that big mistake at completely the wrong time? Because in terms of their scoring power, they're very up and down. And you feel like one big score, one couple of 140s or a big 180, that could really make the difference in this match.
Well, Mike Warburton hasn't been in a battle so far this evening. He's had everything his own way. 4-0, 4-1, 4-1. This is the most legs he's lost in a game. It's double the amount of legs he's lost in the night.
125.
Andreas Harrison's been involved in battles. 4-3 with Montgomery, 4-3 with Robert Thornton. He's more battle-hardened in this situation on the short-term form. And as I was saying earlier, if you can pick a time to break the throw, it's leg number 5.
He's put himself in a great position, but Warburton here, he can find a treble 20, which he can't. He clatters into the other dart, so Harrison
100.
Looking to break the throw.
Pressure require 36.
Just started racing through all of a sudden.
Game shown the 5th leg. Andreas
Harrison out in 13. I took a look at the averages literally 90 seconds ago, and Andreas Harrison was dwelling in the low 80s. And in a matter of a leg and a half, he's averaging mid-90s now. And is really starting to take this game.
55.
He's a leg away from picking up another Super Series title.
$100.
Yeah, Mike Warburton was hoping it might be a case of third time lucky here. Lost in 2 previous series finals. But
59.
I just say Andreas Harrison is producing his performance now of the evening.
$140.
Well, there's one thing we know about Mike Warburton. He's not going to lie down and let it happen. He is digging deep.
60.
It's just got the feel of another one of those matches, seesawing between the two players.
140.
That's just going to go the distance once again.
It did feel like when Andreas Harrison got that breaker throw, he was fully in the ascendancy and he was going to go on and win this one, but Mike Warburton, defiant.
121.
He's got 6 starts here at the 1-2-1 to take us the distance. Didn't opt to go for the 11 due to the extra time, and
130.
that was a big dart. If he didn't get that one right, as silly as it sounds, a single 3, if he would have bust that and gone back to the 1-2-1, Andreas Harrison could have stepped in and things
60.
get a little bit messy.
Mike, you require 8.
We've seen it so often with the single numbers. We always say make sure of the single number, and that's exactly why, because you can relax, you can just hesitate. And there's a slight hesitation there from Mike Warburton. And Andreas Harrison,
Andreas, you require
we've seen him do big things at the
167.
right time. Can he find a 167?
Well, Mike Warburton will be grateful that that was missed with the opening dart, because it was just
49.
drama-free. He can start his
Mike,
preparations.
you require 8.
He knows he'll be addressing the hockey with 3 more opportunities.
Game
Only
shot
needs the
number
1.
6
We are going the
Mike
distance.
Warburton.
For the 3rd time this evening, Andreas
7
Harrison is
for
involved in a
final
last
leg.
leg
It's
decider.
Mike to throw first.
However,
Game on.
it must be noted that he's yet to lose a last leg decider.
100.
Yeah, I guess the only difference that you could possibly draw upon is in both of those matches, Harrison had the advantage of throw when it came to 4-3. Oh, sorry, 3-all.
140.
Well, he's going to need that, and he's going to need it again. Andreas Harrison starts off with a big 2 treble visit. Warburton's just got to make sure he finds 1 every time.
100.
Make Harrison chase.
And when you find yourself in this position as a player, you know, you've done all the hard work. You've done Group A, you've done Group C in terms of Mike Warburton. And it now just comes down to 1 leg.
And this is an elite leg from Andreas Harrison. Doing all he can to get an opportunity, but Warburton joining in the 140 party. Our 10th 140 of the game.
Yeah, and it now feels like it's got that sense of urgency that perhaps it was lacking early on in the match, but building up to a real big, exciting finish.
Mike, you require 161.
Warburton will get the first opportunity to close it out and pick up the title. Becomes the setup play. Andreas Harrison will get a shot at the 1-2-1. The finish he took when he won the Series 7 title when Cam Crabtree
65.
was sat, ready to
Andreas,
pounce.
you require 121.
Can history repeat itself once again?
Yeah, not on this occasion. So
83.
Warburton back, we've seen him taking a
Mike,
ton.
you
Can he
require
add 96 to that?
He's not going to get a match start.
56.
He sets it up
Andreas, you
for
require
Mike Warburton's
38.
fate. not for the first time this week, is no longer in his own hands. It is in the hands of Andreas Harrison.
And the Week 2 Modus Super Series champion, Andreas Harrison!
He's done it again. Andreas Harrison has won once again on the Super Series stage. It was a battle with Mike Warburton, as it has been throughout the night for Andreas Harrison. He's done things the long way, but every time he was asked a question, he came up with the big answers. We'll summarise his evening. He started off with a 4-3 success over Ross Montgomery. Ross Montgomery was actually 3-1 up in that game. Andreas Harrison then followed it up with a 4-1 victory over the Welshman, the bearded dragon, Justin Smith. Andreas Harrison, semi-finalist winner against Robert Thornton, the two-time seniors world champion, where in the last leg, a last-leg shootout, he found a big maximum, a big 180, and there, a 13-darter sealed the deal for Andreas Harrison in a 4-3 success over Mike Warburton. 2 maximums, 4 from 9 on the checkouts, a solid performance once again, and we're now going to get to see Andreas Harrison lift the trophy once again on the Super Series stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the presentation. Would you please show your appreciation as he lifts the trophy? It's your Week 2 Modus Super Series champion, Andreas Harrison!
Andreas Harrison once again in the winners' enclosure here at the Live Lounge. He's done it again, a 4th weekly title, a 5th title overall here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The smile beaming from ear to ear and beaming somewhere on that beard as well. He gets an appreciation from the bearded dragon, Justin Smith there. Matthew Edgar alongside me in the studio. This is a man that just knows the formula on how to win here.
Just raises it when he needs to, doesn't he? Whenever he was up against it there, he dug deep and found something extra. When we look at the run that Mike Warburton had, it kind of went his own way tonight, 4-0, 4-1, sort of breezing through the competition. Andreas Harrison in all the key games. So the Justin Smith game, he won that 4-1. We already knew at that point he'd qualified. Game 1, when he needs a result, 4-3, big last leg. Robert Thornton, 4-3, semi-final, big last leg. And once again, they're back-to-back 140s to kick off. Mike Warburton did nothing wrong. He set himself up. He was down within the required visits. He just didn't get that opportunity. A 13-darter in the last leg. That is just confidence. That is repeating something rather than playing to the peak of your powers.
How do you do that? How do you keep clawing that out in those scenarios, in those situations?
I wish I knew the answer to that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sat here. I'd be down there myself. But yeah, Andreas Harrison's just got, like I say, the formula to it, hasn't he? He's a quality operator. He's very well in check of his emotions, and that's it. That is the key to this. Players get carried away with the emotional side. The emotions take over. It becomes an emotional moment. I don't think Andreas Harrison's heart rate changes. I would love to put a heart rate monitor on Andreas Harrison during these matches, and I reckon it's just going to be cool, calm, collected, beating along at the same pace. And that is the key to success. Don't get emotionally involved in the moment. Watch it back and enjoy the emotion.
Well, this is how the night went. These are the results from Saturday evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Andreas Harrison winning 4-3 in the final against Mike Warburton. As Matt said, he's been the king of the 4-3 this evening. And remember, you had to evade those darts from Ross Montgomery when you had that miscalculation on the 8-8 and the 4-4, and how the night could have changed if Ross Montgomery hit those darts to win 4-2. Darts sometimes could be a game of fate, but the fate very much in the hands of Andreas Harrison, who's coming to join us in the studio now. Andreas, many congratulations. Pop you just down there. You got a microphone as well. You're going to join myself and Matthew Edgar in the studio. Many congratulations. This is becoming a familiar conversation, isn't it? You're enjoying these Saturday nights here.
Yeah, that's nice. What should I say? Yeah, feel really lucky tonight. So.
Did tonight feel one of the more stressful ones? Maybe the type of night where every now and then you just had to ride your luck a little bit, as you mentioned.
Yeah. Of course, in the first game against Ross there, when he miscounted, I felt for him, but I took my chance and He's the sorry guy.
If you're the opposing player, as you were in that scenario, and you've seen what happened there, and obviously that was a match-winning shot for Ross, what was going through your mind at that point to then get yourself back into that match?
Well, I didn't look at what he was doing, so I just get my head down, and you never hope for the opponent to miss, but this time I did. So, yeah.
And then obviously you get through the semi-finals. You won that game against Justin Smith. You had the advantage of throw against Robert Thornton, a game which went all the way. Then you had that turn right at the very end, the 180 followed by the double four. Myself and Matt have been praising you all night for how you've shown character under pressure. And again, I just want to get into your mind when you're in that scenario and you've hit that 180 to leave double four.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought, why do you put yourself in this position?
Mm-hmm.
Why you don't play good in the first 1, 2, 3 legs, and you have to play good, and then you're getting through anyway. So yeah, I need to start playing better in the beginning of the game. So.
Well, there's a worry for everybody else if Andreas is saying that he's got levels to go, that he's got to play better, isn't it?
He won't give the secret away, really. I'm sat here waiting, I'm listening. What's the secret here? Because every time the chips was down, he delivered. You've picked out a few moments there, but it was every time. You could pick out so many more moments. The last leg of a final, you've just been broken, 140, 140. It's class. 13 data. Did it so many times, and you could pick out your moments all night.
Let's talk about the final against Mike Warburton. Again, another game that goes all the way to a deciding leg. You made your move in the middle of the match with that 13 dart, and then right at the very end, that double 19. First things first, no hesitation is in for going for it. Never entered your mind to split.
No, never. No, I know I like double 19, so yeah, just go for it, hit it.
And then we see there the little celebration. This place means so much to you, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
What has this done for you? Because the first time we saw you here was back in Southampton. We saw you play at a World Championship. Maybe you were still a player that was maybe growing in your career. But does it feel like now that you come here and there's almost an expectation that you feel like one of the big players here at the Super Series?
Yeah, maybe here. Maybe, but I never feel like one of the big players, but there's so many great players everywhere, so yeah, I just try to do my best, and we'll see how it goes. And it's been, the Modus has been quite good for me, I think.
How did you open that question? What's this place done for you, was it?
Yep.
What's it? Paid your mortgage off for you? You've got a house now, yeah? Won a fortune, hasn't he?
I got a house before, but...
He's got 2 now, he's got 2. Got 2. He's like you now, Henry, isn't he? Yeah.
I got a Robert Moon loaner.
Right, let's have a look at the trophy presentation, because this meant a lot to you. And again, I want to just talk about when you won it for the first time a few series ago. Could you imagine that every single time you come back, it feels like you win it again, and you win it again, and you win it again?
No, never. No, I feel like, this is hard. But I'm going to try my best, and yeah, I've been lucky.
You've been more than lucky. You've been very, very good, Andreas. Now, into Champions Week again. We know what you can do at Champions Week. You've won the big title before, but you're not the defending champion anymore. Does that give you a little bit more fire in the belly? Because you've won it once, and only one other player has ever won this trophy on more than one occasion.
Yeah, I'm just going to go in for, like I always do, and just try to do my best. And of course, it would be great to get it twice, but yeah, you'll see how it goes.
He's one of the big names here, isn't he now, Andreas?
You've tried to prod him. You've tried to get him to give it a bit of talk, but he's not going to go with it. He's going to go with what works for him. Andreas Harrison plays with control. He throws his darts with control. Everything's methodical. Everything's at a pace. Everything's good. And that's from what we can see here. How he lives his life. There's just a comfortable control about everything. I don't think you're going to get someone who's going to come in here and tell you what he's going to do. I think you're going to get someone who's going to show you.
It's been a good series for Scandinavia so far. Sorry to bring up your old friend Darius, but he's won week 1. Andreas has won week 2. Scandinavia's in such a good place at the minute.
Nordic Baltic Tour. That has been the difference. When we look at the development territories that the PDC have put forward and things like the ADC that they're now going out and putting forward, these development territories allow an environment to put the best players in those areas against each other on a regular basis. That's the difference. We're seeing it in America since the CDC. These little development territories that are coming up, it's the way of the future. And when we look at what it's developing, I can't wait to see even more territories be formed.
I just want to ask your opinion on that, Andreas. Obviously, you play on the Nordic and Baltic Tour. You've been a flag bearer for that particular tour, particularly here at the Super Series. What is the standard like in those tournaments? And are you seeing more and more players in that area getting better and better all the time?
Yeah, it's great. The Nordic Baltic, it's so hard to win, and I haven't won so much of them. So and it's great players like Jeffrey and Oscar and Cantele. Cantele is always playing good in the Nordic Baltic and seems to not show up on the European tour. And, it's so hard.
Well, tonight it was you that showed up and won the big prize. Andreas, many, many congratulations. And you know what? If you're going to buy another house, why don't you buy one in Portsmouth? Because it feels like a second home for you right now. Many congratulations. Many thanks, Matt. You may as well buy a house in Portsmouth before I show at the amount of times you're down here. Thank you for your company as ever. And thank you for your company as well. Andreas Harrison, he's done it again. The former champion is back at Champions Week and he's looking for number 2. Bye from us.